Hey everyone, I'm Alan Schimmel, and I want to be an organizer for the first digital labor union. You're watching Techstrong Gang. Hey everyone, happy Thursday. We're inching closer to Christmas. We've only got, I think 3 more shows for the rest of this year, which is sad when you think about it. It's been a great year of Techstrong Gang. We should probably run over Christmas, Mr. Rizard, a retrospective of the best of Techstrong Gang for 2024. Just or maybe a flubs and flubbers or whatever they call it. Outtakes from Techstrong Gang.
I'm going to get all the political episodes together, okay?
Oh, that would be fun.
No, Yankee episodes.
Yankee episodes would be fine. There's a lot of ways we could go with this. But anyway, thank you and welcome to Techstrong Gang. Thanks for joining us. We've got a great gang lined up for you today. We're going to talk about some cool things. As I mentioned, digital labor, top of the list. But let me introduce you to who we have here. He's back on his throne in Silicon Valley. The one and only John Swartz. Hey, John, how are you?
I'm good. I hope everyone else is doing well.
I hope we are too, as we inch closer to the holidays and festivities. Moving from west to east. Actually, I don't know which one of you is further west versus east.
Kimberly is well.
Kimberly, because Boulder's in the foothills. So I guess we'll go then to our future infrastructure analyst and Yankee expert, Kimberly Bates, coming at you from Boulder. Hey, Kimberly.
5,800 feet is where my house is.
Yeah, she's at 5,800 feet. Who was it? Was it Howard Diamond? Mitchell used to say he was at 5,000 feet or something like that.
Yeah, he was always bragging about the elevation of his house.
Yes.
Amongst other things.
I spoke to Howard recently, actually, though. He's doing well. I was glad to hear it.
Good. That's good to hear.
Yeah. Anyway, Kimberly, welcome. It's great to have you on. As always, you bring a touch of class to the gang. I think for the 2024,
that's true.
Yeah, we should do like the Techstrong Gang Awards, and Kimberly gets the Touch of Class Award.
There you go.
Moving from Kimberly over to, I guess, not slumming it, but moving a little east in Colorado's. He's also a future analyst for security and DevOps. It's our own Mitch Ashley. Hey, Mitch, how are you, man?
Hey, coming to you from the lowlands of Front Range of Colorado.
The Front Range.
Kimberly, I'm down in the valley here.
You're 5,200.
Yeah. Well, the base is what, 48 or 49, something like that, isn't it?
Somewhere near the Nebraska border.
Yeah, well, that's where Mitchell's from.
Okay, I've been clawing my way into Colorado ever since.
Yeah, no, he's a Nebraska boy. Anyway, moving along from Colorado all the way east to Harrison, New York, where he's still plodding. Mark Bellinger wasn't good enough, and he's only 29, not 30, Mark Bellinger.
Cody Bellinger.
Cody Bellinger. Who's Mark Bellinger used to play shortstop for the Orioles
For the
100
Orioles.
years ago.
I know.
Yeah,
Mark part of the 69 Orioles team.
Yeah, he was part of the 69. That was a heck of a team.
Who did they just trade to the Mets? The big
Bellinger from the Cubs. Oh.
No. From Yankees.
They didn't. That wasn't a trade, Mitchell. That wasn't a trade. It was a theft.
Hey, do we want to talk about Buffalo and what they're doing up there? They're like rocking.
Buffalo is the Bills, you mean?
The Buffalo Bills are rocking
We might actually. It would be great to see the Bills win a Super Bowl, wouldn't it?
again.
Yes.
No, they never won a Super Bowl.
No, they didn't.
No, they were in 4 Super Bowls in a row and lost all 4. Jeez. Now that you bring it up. But it would be nice to see them win one. It would better. I get tired of seeing the repeats, so I'm not rooting for Kansas City. But anyway, moving on from sports, our chief content officer, I don't know if he ever moves on from sports, but our chief content officer, Mike Vizard.
So as you alluded to at the beginning, we were talking about digital labor. Mark Benioff over at Salesforce was talking about this week. And I guess, they announced some stuff around this agentic AI model of theirs 2.0, and to be frank about it, it was hardly any new features whatsoever. I think they just had a little bit of insecurity and felt that they should talk about something. But one of the things they did mention is the rise of digital labor in the form of AI agents. And I know, John, you watched this whole thing from the beginning to the end. And what is your impression of what's going on here?
That was interesting. I came with very low expectations because I thought it was just a marketing event. So I turned it on, and immediately Benioff started talking about the follow up and this concept of digital labor, basically a workforce of AI assistants, which will eventually, he thinks, this was the really interesting part to me, they will manifest themselves into robots eventually. So he mentioned that Salesforce is in the midst of hiring 2,000 people to sell the AI products. The one thing that they really want to do, though, is wean off of human beings in simple tasks like most companies. And in a sense, Salesforce is already using some elements of agentic AI internally. And some of it faces the public, but for the most part, this is a work in progress. So he talked about what's happening now as humans and agents are working together to be more productive. And he says, I have humans and robots working for me. It is fantastical. It is not some fantasy. It is happening right now. And he envisions this as a $1 trillion industry. And in a sense, one of the things he talked about to underscore his point was that he'd come to the press conference in a Waymo vehicle, which was driverless, and that this was clearly the future. So in terms of news, nothing really, except for the hiring. What was interesting to me, though, is this kind of concept that he did bring up at Dreamforce, by the way, with Jensen, about these billions of workers who report to them in a weird sort of way. And, he threw that out there. And I think there are elements of this we're starting to see among other companies and maybe perhaps even in the government eventually. So that's kind of where it stood. And, again, for him,
There are a
he's usually a
couple
marketing
of
guy, but
nuances in.
Yeah. John, we cut you off there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right. There's a couple of nuances in here that I'd love to get Alan's opinion on because, yeah, he's essentially positioning these things as contract labor that you're going to hire, and it's not just software that you're going to license. And some of the folks like over at Quay.ai, they're an iPaaS vendor, are saying that's crazy. You're going to lock yourself into these SaaS vendors and who are going to basically now convince you that you're supposed to hire their AI agents as virtual employees. In fact, there's also some startup up there that lets you rent robots for the day to accomplish tasks, and it's a similar notion. And I'm not sure I'm buying into this whole idea that we should trust software vendors to create AI agents for us that we're gonna quote unquote hire. I think we need to create our own digital agents that are aimed at specific tasks and not get locked into these SaaS platforms.
Yeah, but
So-
Mike, there's people who aren't going to be, in a position to create their own, right? So why not have a kind of rent an AI bot, rent an AI agent from somebody who specializes in creating those?
If
there
it
a lot
comes
of the
as part of
security.
software, I'm all for it. If it's going to be this like virtual employee that I'm going to hire on a contract basis, I'm not so sure I'm buying into that.
I mean, part of what I think the connection for me is that some of these agents, they are assigning them a user role in identity management systems and security, and part to be able to, the knowledge graph of all the things that are happening in the organizations. What AI agents doing are just important to know about in the context of them, as well as people, humans, and kind of assisted stuff. So to me, it's inevitable. It seems like I think we're headed that direction no matter what.
It
But-
seems like the fastest way for organizations to get to this space is for the SaaS organizations that have that knowledge base to build it and then to implement. Now, the flip side of that, and I kind of alluded to it earlier this morning when I posted something, this is the issue about liability. Who's responsible? That's going to be a big issue that we'll be heading to in terms of, is it good enough, that I worked, what bar do I have to reach in order to be able to be okay and not be liable for whatever that agent is producing?
I mean, Mike, I do have an opinion on this. Surprise. But my question to you is, and I'm going to quote a little old Saturday Night Live, Stuart Smalley. When was the last time you took a good look in the mirror? Because quite frankly, what's the difference whether I call something an agent or a virtual employee if what it does is the same thing? Like if you can clearly distinguish.
I am not arguing the point about whether or not we're going to use digital assistants. I'm arguing the point that we're going to contract that out to Salesforce or any other SaaS vendor
Why?
who's
Why?
going to
You're
turn
going to
around.
build your own, you're rolling your own?
Yeah, I think your companies are going to be better off rolling their own, because if you
Yeah.
don't, then one day Benioff's going to call you up and say, hey, my digital workers are going out on strike unless you start coughing up more money.
Yeah, that's the way of the world.
Yeah, but it becomes a part of the service that they're providing to you.
Yeah.
So think about this. Just this morning, I was thinking, okay, what's the difference between a digital agent doing whatever we're saying that they're going to do with the AI piece of it, and me this morning, I called the pharmacy to update a prescription that I had, punching in the number. I mean, that was a digital provider for me trying to get something done, or self-serving myself and anything else in terms of a digital agent with checking out of the grocery store. Those are all, you could call those digital agents. Now there's an expert at the grocery store to make sure I just don't walk out the door with the goods. So there
Not
has
at all grocery stores, though,
That's
Kimberly,
true.
right? You go to an Amazon market, there's no one there.
Well,
Did you just-
Walmart people are wearing body cameras now, by the way. They announced that during the holidays.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just a lot. It all, to me, it gets back to what is AI. AI is something we don't understand and haven't been able to define. So once it gets defined and it rolls out, it just becomes another application that's out there.
I surely hope that that's the way it plays out. But if you listen to what these guys are saying, is they are subtly positioning themselves to treat that as some sort of employee contractor that you are hiring on their behalf, not in the software license. It's going to be an additional fee that sits on top.
Well, Benioff is always known for charging quite a bit and get a lot of money out of it. I mean, he's
Well, but
right
the
there with Larry
market-
Ellison in terms of he's going to squeeze everything he can out of
But
it.
the market will accept it or not accept it. If the market says poppycock, they won't sign up and pay the extra fees and won't use that agent. They'll roll their own. But at some point, there's going to be, the CapEx versus OpEx or whatever the argument is versus make or buy. And if buy is cheaper than make, they're going to buy. It's the market.
You know, the one thing though that always concerns me is just he almost interchanges the employee with the assistant. I mean, it almost seems as if the human is almost kind of a secondary player in all this. And I know that's probably not his intention, but I think it kind of builds into this anxiety people have about
I
whether
think
their jobs
he
are going to
doesn't
be
make them
safe.
secondary, John. I think he equates, though, they're interchangeable almost.
They're
non-human
interchangeable is a better
versus
way of putting
human.
it, right? Right. You can swap one
That
for the other.
cheapens humanity, right?
Absolutely. And I don't think that is his intention. I think he wants us to be full of wonder and discovery about what could happen. But I think in a sense, he undercuts the human capability. And I think that's something that employees are going to have picked up on. I know they're hiring 2,000 people, but nonetheless, part of the messaging, I think, plays into this paranoia. And also the fact that do you really want somebody like a Salesforce or a Microsoft to have so much power within your own organization?
Can I just mention one other thing about the hiring 2,000 people? Before he goes out and hires 2,000 more people, maybe we could rehire some of the thousands of people they laid off.
Exactly.
Well, they're hiring salespeople. The people they laid off were not salespeople. So that's
Maybe they want to be salespeople. Maybe they haven't found a job. But, I digress. Here's another quick thing I wanted to mention, and that is, to me, stuff gets real when we got real robots, right? When you've got Elijah Bailey and he's programmed with some AI, now you're talking. Now you're talking. I can't wait for those days. And those will be digital employees, by the way. And they will have contracts and everything else. But because right now, we live in a service industry world and agents can do a lot of service related kind of things digitally for us. But when you have robots empowered with AI. I mean, this is Isaac Asimov to me. I
You know, the
wait.
one thing, can I just jump in for
Sure.
a second? The one thing, remember, Alan, we were talking about this at reInvent. So Amazon's got hundreds of thousands, if not a million robots that work within their warehouses. They are going to get better. And in a sense,
Smarter.
Bezos has, and smarter. They're going to be able to use their arms, sorts, do things that they weren't capable of doing even 6 months ago. And I think we're kind of moving in that direction. We also see the Tesla robot humanoid doing things before, like walking on uneven space, on uneven ground. Like they are advancing fast.
Right.
And I
And
think
then,
about them also as digital labor.
right, that's real digital labor where, you know, Mike, the distinction you have, I think, kind of goes away. When you could go down to Best Buy and buy yourself a robot and they wash the dishes and walk the dog and do stuff like that, maybe hit a baseball.
Maybe they're multifunctioning robots and I only need one or two of them and they can handle multiple tasks. And maybe I'm not as dependent upon that service provider. But on this whole software side and these small little things, it's not going to be a huge lift to create your own agent. It's going to be a lot simpler as we go forward. And I think people are going to be better off controlling their own destiny than relying on Salesforce, Microsoft, Google, or any of these guys, because they've all shown in the past that when it comes to your wallet, they can't be trusted.
Bah humbug. Go play in
So
front of
you're
your own
saying-
house.
So you're saying I have to get my Rosie the robot from the Jetsons from Best Buy, or
Wouldn't
do I have
that
to go
be
to
great?
Microsoft?
Yeah, well,
Well,
The
there's
depressed
that
robot.
company that Bezos invested in that is like it's based on Rosie the robot.
Yeah.
Basically, it
Yeah.
sorts laundry. It can fold boxes. It can move dishes and glasses off tables. And it works.
What was the manic depressive robot in Hitchhiker's Guide?
that was pretty funny. All right, hey, we got to take a break. We're going to come back here, and our next segment is about a stocking stuffer from NVIDIA. You can get your own little super duper AI supercomputer for just $250 or less. You're watching Techstrong, gang.
Modernize your business to fuel innovation and elevate customer experiences. With the Builder Community Hub, AWS and its partner network provide essential tools for transforming applications and infrastructure to fully leverage the cloud. Discover free trials, in-depth demos, and essential resources to empower DevOps engineers and developers to deliver value faster and more reliably. Visit the Builder Community Hub to learn more.
All right, folks. Yes, it's true. NVIDIA's got a little Christmas kind of stocking stuffer thing for the geeky set. $250. You get your own little developer kit for building AI kind of applications. Mitch, is this on your list all of a sudden? Is this there? Is this going to be under the tree on Christmas Day for you, or what are you thinking?
Well, we'll find out next week. But as soon as I read John's article about this, I quick updated my Christmas wish list in the family Google Doc. So
Well,
this
Mitchell,
thing,
the real question is, have you been naughty or nice?
well, that doesn't matter because I'm always naughty.
Oh, okay. Oh, you mean I get it then.
Well, first of all, this is an update to a product, but the name of the product, NVIDIA does some really good things around product naming that I really enjoy. This thing is called the Jetson Orin Nano Super
Yes, it
Developer
is.
Kit. So anything Jetson, and it's called the Jetson Community because that's the SDK for it. This is a card. We were talking about robotics earlier, right? You could use this for robotics, for vision, for all kinds of things at the edge. So it is a developer kit, but it's also something leading you to putting AI into different applications. But this thing, the performance is jumped up to, I think, at the top end of 67 trillion operations per second. It's just phenomenal. 102 gigabits per second memory bandwidth. So it cranks. This will do a lot of great work. And you can use it for generative AI, but you could also use it for, models that are doing machine learning, things like that. So, yeah, my heart kind of gave a little pitter patter there, John, when I read this article. I'm like, dude.
Oh, I know.
Get me one of
It was
these.
they had a video that they put out with Jensen. He's at home. He's in his new home, and he's saying, I think I might have cooked this a little bit too long, and he takes out of the oven this palm-sized developer kit, right? It's really hokey because but he did say a long time ago, we created a robotics processor and we imagined one day that these deep learning models would evolve and we would have robots of all kinds. So to end the video, he's talking to somebody off camera and you're wondering, who's he talking to? And he has these 3 little dogs sitting there wagging their tails with their tongues hanging out. I guess he's envisioning them as the customer, right? And it was kind of cute, right? I mean, they were fascinated. But the one thing also I remember, and it goes back to reInvent. Everything goes back to reInvent, it seems. But I think at reInvent, AWS said it was building one of the world's most powerful AI supercomputers with Anthropic.
Right.
It's Project Rainier.
But not for
and it was-
$250.
Yeah, that's not 250. But it's like this whole idea though, of these folks getting into quote unquote supercomputer realm. And with NVIDIA, I think as Mitch has said, this was it's kind of an incremental release. It was done, it got a lot of attention. And again, I think back to the last segment and I think about this advancement in kind of robotics and digital labor. It all is kind of moving in the same direction.
And one of the first places I went, and I'm not technical enough to know this, but maybe you guys do, Mitch or whatever, is can this be used by the Bitcoin guys?
Oh, for mining.
Oh, I don't know why not. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if I stack this along with whatever I'm doing with Bitcoin, we've all of a sudden changed some things within that space.
Good. We need some changing. It's out of control.
No, you're spot on.
All I heard is my kid can pay for his college now if I buy in this thing. Is that what I heard?
Well, so here's the thing. To me, I mean, it's a nice headline, but when you dug in, and you know what, John, I read your article, and there was another one on the TLDR newsletter that I jumped into, and it seems to be a lot to do about nothing in some ways. Those boys and their
I
toys, right? Mitchell's a gadget geek boy. He sees more horsepower, and he's strapping them on. But I mean, what's it really supposed to be used for? According to them, it's good if you're working on robotics or some sort of developer kind of situation.
Vision kind of application.
Yeah,
Yes,
this
that's what you do at the edge.
isn't a mainstream. This is not a mainstream kind of
Does
thing.
this get into the hands of what you said? It's getting something into the hands of the developers. It's cheap,
Right.
so it's more ubiquitous. If I'm talking about, and again, I don't know what I will do with this, but I'm thinking through how different companies have seeded the colleges or the tech schools, et cetera. So can this become a tool for a teacher in terms of implementing AI at the local college or the local tech school and getting, so the kids have got a computer. So all of a sudden, and then I've trained them on my tools so that when they get out of there, it's kind of like I want to train them on my, whatever I'm doing for design work. So when I get out of there, that is where I want to go. That's what I'm going to want to use. So all of a sudden, I've seeded what platform I'm going to develop on, which is we've been doing this for decades of seeding.
This is the Apple Macintosh or the Apple II computer in
Yeah.
schools.
But it's not the Newton.
No, but thank God
No.
it's not the Newton.
Thank God
this
it's
is
not.
real. This is not just a toy, Alan, because this thing will run. I mean, unless you're saying the Edge is a toy, and I know you're not saying that, but this thing will run models for vision, for robotics, for sensor processing. It's all made. It's made for this chip. I think it's the Ampere chip, if I remember right, to run on edge devices, right? This is edge computing, AI edge computing. And it's a developer kit, to get you involved in building it. But this is what we're going to see at the edge. These are the kind of chips that NVIDIA is trying to push all the way out to the edge and gain, have a major foothold there as well. So to me, it's more than just Mitch's gadget feeding his need for the latest powerful CPU.
Yeah,
GPU.
Boys and their toys.
That too.
Well, it's also, if I look at thinking about what I want to do with video surveillance, right? And at video surveillance, I want that processor there to to improve the quality of what I'm doing out there. I want to make that faster. I want to be able to move people through the sports arena faster. All those
TSA
things
line.
are
Yeah.
right. That is all edge kind of applications that we keep on ratcheting up how good the imagery is, and this is going to help.
Well,
that.
I will tell you, I often speak to the folks at Sony, not Sony cameras per se and that kind of stuff, but they're Sony semiconductor, Sony silicon. And they actually have, and Sony powers most of the cameras on your phones today. If you don't know, there's a Sony chip in there. Sony has that amazing recognition and amazing video surveillance capability, sensors built in. Yeah, it's on Techstrong TV. I just did an interview with them last month. So, I think there is some of that. But hey, you got to give NVIDIA credit here for, I think, as Kimberly says, they're capturing mind share, right? How do you stay on top of this market? How do you maintain your leadership? It's seeding the next generation here with this kind of stuff. But we got to take a break.
I want to say the one thing I'm looking forward to
Go ahead.
is bot wars in my local playground when the kids get a hold
absolutely.
of this and they start building out those little bot things, and we're just gonna go hang out in the playground and watch these things.
You must
be
live
crap.
in a nerdy neighborhood, Mike. That's
those-
not the kind of wars we had in my schoolyard.
Bot wars are serious business. Those things are mean, destructive.
We did
It's
have
fun.
Coleco Monday Night Football. That was a fun game to play. But anyway,
Yes, yeah.
More than
let-
Duplo. We're not talking Duplo.
let's take a break. We're going to come back, and we've got some good DevSecOps next news coming out all over the place. You're watching Techstrong, gang.
All right, as Alan noted, there's been a lot of news in the DevSecOps space this week. First, Sonar bought Tidelift to gain some access to third-party code that they can inspect with their AI tools. OpenText has turned around and did a deal with Secure Code Warrior to add some training capabilities into their platform. And finally, we had Salt Security did an integration with CrowdStrike, and the idea is that you're going to be able to discover more API security issues. And a funny thing is, I looked at all of this stuff, Alan, is all these folks are building platforms, and it almost feels like platform engineering is coming to DevSecOps slowly but surely.
So, Mike, thanks for coming to me. And let me start things off with a plug. We've announced it. We will be at RSA this year again for the 10th year on Monday of RSA week in the Moscone Center. I don't remember the room off the top of my head, but it'll be our DevSecOps event, DevSecOps Connect. And this year's theme is AI and cybersecurity on app dev. So if you have any, and we have free code for Expo only passes, which will get you into our event on Monday at Moscone. So if you're interested in DevSecOps, check it out. We're all over social media. It's on Security Boulevard, DevOps.com. Come joining us if you're one of the 45,000 whatever people coming out to RSA. DevSecOps, it's still hot. I'm recording a panel on Predict right after taping today's gang on DevSecOps for 2025, and I've got some great folks on there. Look, Sonar is an open source kind of powerhouse already. A lot of their stuff is open source. I think it's a great acquisition. Tidelift has some great technology. I didn't see what, and obviously they're not going to announce it. You're private companies. I didn't see what they paid. I hope they paid a nice premium and it wasn't a fire sale. Unfortunately, as the CEO of Techstrong, 2 customers now become 1. And that's never a great thing, though congratulations to both of them and wish them well. On OpenText, look, OpenText is a powerhouse. They have, such a wide portfolio of of solutions here, including DevSecOps. And, when it comes to AppSec is still a war, a people game, right? There's still pen testers and everything else, right? AppSec is a service, if you will. And so Secure Code Warrior is one of the best in the business in training and that for AppSec folk. And so this is, I think, a good thing for OpenText, and it's probably a nice new channel for Secure Code Warrior. My question is, does Secure Code Warrior maintain its independence here? Right? How close is that alliance with OpenText where it points of conflicting with maybe some of the other players in this marketplace? Lastly, Salt Security, API security. When was the last time we spoke about API security? API security turned into the Edsel a bit here in our DevSecOps space. It was all set to replace the WAF and be the next hot thing in AppSec. And as often happens, I think one company, our friend Michelle McLean worked at, Mitch, got sold to Red Hat early on for some decent money. And then the rest, yeah. And then, but we haven't really seen them. We're seeing a lot of these a lot of these API security companies now pivot into more general AppSec and away from just pure API security. So I'm not surprised by this alliance. It could be Salt's looking for a home as well, and CrowdStrike could provide that home. I think in classic technology function, API security has become a feature, not a product. There it is.
I think if you look at it along those same lines, what seems to be happening is we're trying to make it easier for security people and developers to collaborate around a single platform. And we're trying to just make it easier to discover capabilities that people didn't use all that much, right? So API security being a prime example. If it sits within the SIM provided by CrowdStrike, more people will see it and maybe see the value. At the same time, if I'm sitting inside of OpenText and I'm doing the code scanning, well, that's exactly when the developer needs to know how to write better code. So that makes more sense to show up with the Secure Code Warrior stuff. So I think a lot of the silos are coming down. I'm not sure that, that we're ever going to see the perfect Uber platform for all things, but I feel like we're making progress. Mitch, I don't know what you think.
On one hand, I'm really positive about it. On the other hand, I'm like, it's about time. Where we've been, right? This is something that could have happened 2 years ago, not just today, right? And so I think it's recognition that we have to build security into other things, not security is always its own product. And to Alan's point about API being a feature, not a product, API security. So, I mean, there's some great companies out there, those that you mentioned, Tidelift and others. ChainGuard is another really interesting company that's acting as a source for securing all the software that you put into your software supply chain. SonarGuard is another.
SonarGuard, I think, is the product from Sonar. No.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's why I'm tripping up.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
Pose a question too. So in the security space, when we're talking web security and those kind of things, our research data, Hicham research, as well as some work that we've done with some other folks, shows that they're using about 70 different tools.
Yeah.
Mind-blowing. They're using huge number of security tools. And part of that is because, there is a question here. Part of that is because I want best of breed. Because I need, and I'm also, the line keeps moving. So in this situation, is it that it's a well-known and identified problem and it's now easier to kind of like for the API security just to kind of roll it all into there? Or how is that different than what maybe the CISOs are trying to do with what's going on with the DevOps kind of folks and what's happening here?
Yeah.
Well, Kimberly, to your point, security people come from a mindset of, I got a thing for this problem, I got a thing for this problem, I got a thing for this problem, right? And moving to more of a zero trust kind of model. But the problem is, now how do you do that in software? And that's not necessarily security team's expertise. And so now we're seeing software security products, DevSecOps kind of products, for example, into a CrowdStrike environment, right? So something that's a traditional security product. So it started that maturation of those two things integrating better together, because oftentimes the budget for buying even software security tools or development come out of the security budget, because that's easier to get that funding there. So your point is spot on. Yes, this should be happening, kind of moving forward in more of an integrated fashion. But we've got to let go of I got a pizza box or an appliance or a virtual piece of software that does everything that makes me more secure together. That amalgamation hopefully holds together and provides enough security.
You know, in my years in security, I've seen this pendulum swing back and forth, and so has Mitchell. Right? There was a time where you did buy a pizza box. We sold pizza boxes. I thought
Yeah,
we
we
could
did.
sell them with an inside sales team for $3,500 a box. Didn't work so good. Then it swung to, hey, let's make a pizza box that does everything, though. So it's an all-in-one pizza box. Mitchell wasted a lot before he washed up on a rocky shore. Shipwrecked. He wasted a lot of
A
cycles on
shipwreck
that.
of open source community software.
Yes, but you're right. There is 72 on average different security products, and it's insane. Unless you talk to security people will rationalize this till the cows come home. Well, I need a security product for when Kimberly wears a green sweater, but when she wears a brown sweater, I need a different security product. And they'll rationalize it and make it sound real. Really what we're seeing, though, is a move to the security platform. And we've seen this happen over the years, right? We've seen it. And then it swings back the other way to the best of breed thing. It also is aligned with the cycles of security innovation, right? So when we get new categories of security tools, we get like that Cambrian explosion, like API security. About 3-4 years ago, there were probably a dozen API security companies, unicorns, no name was one of them. And then, the great die down occurs and they get absorbed into the big platform players. Then you'll get a new round of innovation and you'll blossom again. And then it dies down and what's funny is for the most part, the security platform players remain the same. God bless you, Mitch. Palo Alto, Checkpoint, Cisco, you know the names. CrowdStrike has become one now, right? The platforms remain, the fancy corals blossom and then die back. And is just normal for the security world. Nothing new here, move along. These are not the robots or the AI agents that Mike's looking for. But that's my take on it. I hope that helps answer your question.
Thanks.
All righty. Guys, if that's it, I think we've got to call it a wrap on this version of The Gang. Mitch and I are needed on a DevOps Unbound episode. Don't miss that one. It'll be
I
on
believe the bat
soon.
phone is ringing. We've got to go.
We've got
answer
Nathan
it.
Harvey there and some folks in the platform engineering world. It's going to be a good one.
Yep.
Yep. We will be back tomorrow, though, for our Friday edition of DevOps Gang as we get ever closer to Christmas here and the end of the year. So we've got a lot of great stuff with a lot of great people. Until then, this is Alan Schimmel on behalf of Mike and Mitch and Kimberly and John. You've just watched another Techstrong Gang. Hey everyone, it's Sunny.
And share.
Ladies and gentlemen, tech enthusiasts and future gazers, gather round. The biggest, boldest, most mind-blowing predictions for 2025 are coming your way at the Predict 2025 virtual event on January 9th.
Oh, Sonny, you're predicting something again. Last time you tried this, you said Laserdisc were the future. How'd that work out for you?
Hey, Cher. Not every prediction's a hit, but that's why we've got the real experts this time. Top analysts, visionaries, and tech leaders sharing what's going to rock our world in 2025.
So no Sonny predictions this time? No flying toasters making a comeback?
Very funny, Cher. But seriously, we're talking AI breakthroughs, cybersecurity game changers, the future of DevOps, cloud innovations, and so much more.
And what about my favorite prediction, a smart mirror that tells you how fabulous you look every morning? That's real innovation.
You're already ahead of the tech share. But if you want to hear the really big stories in tech for 2025, you've got to tune in on January 9th. The event kicks off at 8:45 a.m. Eastern and runs until 2:30 p.m.
And the best part, it's all virtual. No stuffy conference rooms, no long commutes. Just grab your coffee, your laptop, and join us from anywhere in the world.
You know what else? It's not just predictions. It's insights, strategies, and a whole lot of fun.
Well, Sonny, if this event is as good as you say, maybe they'll finally name a technology after you, like the Sonny 2.0, predicting your jokes before you tell them.
That's a good one, Cher. But the real joke is if you're missing out on this. So don't miss Predict 2025.
That's right. Mark your calendars, January 9th, 8:45 a.m. Eastern. Be there or you'll miss the biggest scoop on the future of tech.
See you at Predict
2025.
Be there.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, it's Alan Show here at Techstrong TV. I'm back with another guest. I got a new company to tell you about. It's the first time this guy's been on our show. I'm happy to introduce you to him. His name is Aaron Frost. Aaron is the founder and CEO of a company called Hero Devs. That's HERODEVS. Hey Aaron, how are you, man? Nice to meet you.
I'm good, man. Just excited for another week. Nice to meet you too, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Another week? I'm sorry, another week what?
Just another long week before the holiday.
Yeah, well, you and me both. I got this for you. We're recording this on a Monday, and it's already been a long week, it seems like. I've been doing stuff since about 8 o'clock this morning on phones and videos, and it's only noon, so man, crazy day. But Aaron, before we jump into Hero Devs and all of that good stuff, let's hear a little bit about you.
Yeah, so I'm a former engineer. Spent most of my
You're
career
never a
as
former engineer, Aaron. You're
That's
always
true.
an engineer.
That's
But go
true.
ahead.
So I started actually as a software tester, which meant I never trusted engineers as a tester. And then as an
Uh-huh.
engineer, I also never really trusted engineers. So eventually growing up and starting a business that keeps software secure seemed like a good play. It seems to fit with my past. But yeah, I focused my career mostly on front end and back end web technology. And through my career, I owned a couple of the biggest podcasts on front end technology. I owned one of the biggest tech conferences on front end. And in 2021, we started selling a product. Hero Dev started selling a product that we thought people might like a little bit, but it turned out they liked it a lot. And we as a company grew in 6 months, the second half of 2021. We grew more than most startups will grow in their first 8 or 9 years. And so just kind of on a rocket ship right now, trying to keep up with the enterprise demand on what we do. So yeah, that's I'm an identical twin. So there's two of me running around out there creating havoc for the world. And then I've got a family with 5 kids. And so they're my 5
God
best
bless you, man.
friends.
That's great.
Yeah, thanks.
I only got 2, and they're at an age now where they left the house, and it's just me and my wife. We haven't killed each other yet, which is a good thing. But
Yeah.
I miss my boys are coming home for the holidays, so I'm excited.
Yeah, that's
Is your
good.
identical twin part of Hero Devs too, or he does his own thing? Looking like he's
No.
enough, not working with you.
Yeah, poor guy looks like me. No, we don't work together, but we do actually co-share an office space. So we work out of the same spot, which is nice.
That's cool, man. You get to stay together. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you mentioned you started Hero Devs like back in 2021. Is that
Well, we
fair?
started in 2018 as like a professional services business, like dev for hire. And in 2020, we have like a baby in our brains about what a product might look like. And a major piece of open source died. And we thought, well, we have a lot of customers that need that to continue to be secured.
What was that piece?
So it's called AngularJS, and it was a big front end framework created by Google. And we had a big Angular podcast. We ran the biggest Angular conference in the world, and we also were kind of fancying ourselves as like the premier Angular consulting team in the world too. So like we were poised to tell the world, hey, when this dies, we'll ship a fork of it that continues to be secure for companies who need a longer runway. And that was the start of it. And by the time we got not a month or two into it, the customers were like demanding that we ship this as fast as possible. And that demand is what caught us off guard. And that's the demand that I kind of wanted to share with y'all today.
Very cool. So you forked Angular?
Yeah, so we forked AngularJS back then, and we hired one of the core contributors to AngularJS. And we said, hey, you're one of us now. You're a hero. And we keep this product secure currently for about 700 of the biggest enterprises and governments in the world right now. And it's a product that, despite Angular's end of life, AngularJS's end of life 3 years ago, we continue to amass more customers every single year. So it's a very successful product, that first product we launched.
So I know a little bit about open source, more than a little bit. I've been involved in open source almost as long as I've been involved in security. So when you say you forked it, you're continuing to develop it, or you're just maintaining off like the last release?
So we just maintain off the last release. A real simple way to think of our product is before the product goes end of life, it goes into long-term support mode. And that's kind of like a hospice mode for open source. And so we keep that long-term support going for forever. And we've coined it never-ending support. So we sell never-ending supported versions of your favorite open source packages that have reached an end of life.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Have you ever given any thought, though, to continuing to develop the product like a true fork?
So we've thought about it, but it's interesting. Most of our customers, big enterprises and governments, they are very nervous that we might add something to the platform besides simply security updates. And so we're contractually bound to only provide the minimal amount of updates possible to keep it secure. And so our customers very much do not want us to continue developing it. They just want what they have to stay secure. That's typically the person coming to me what they're looking for.
Now, of course, nature abhors a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
What's taking Angular's place out there?
Well, AngularJS was replaced by several frameworks. One that sounds almost identical called Angular. And
that's the one I'm familiar with. I apologize.
Yeah. AngularJS and Angular, they're about as similar as dogs and hot dogs. They sound pretty similar, but it's a totally different product. And then there's things like React and Vue and Svelte, and there's quite a few other front-end frameworks. Vue, it was our second product that we ever launched, and it had an end of life for one of its older versions. And so that was the second product we launched. And Alan, let me just describe how the integration works. We essentially, if you can imagine the Raiders of the Lost Ark, that first Indiana Jones movie where he drops the sandbag. Yeah, where he drops the sandbag and takes the gold statue.
I know just what you're talking about.
That is our version of open source. We just want you to replace the open source version with ours. And unlike Indiana Jones, everything just keeps working and everything stays fine. So it takes about 5 minutes to replace the public version with our private enterprise version. So it's as simple as that.
Is your private enterprise version also open source though, or like under a open source license, or no?
It's under it's under an open source license, but to gain access, you do need to purchase support from the company. So Yeah,
You gain
I mean,
access just to the source code or to the app itself,
you gain access to the distribution to where you could download it.
to that
The
distro. Okay,
Yeah, yeah. You
got it.
purchase support, you purchase a token, and then you got free access to all of our software.
I got it. So here, fair to say, Hero Dev's business is basically extending the life of open source projects, libraries that the original maintainers have pulled the plug on or are pulling the plug on.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And it plays a really important role for our customers. Many of our customers, they were aware of the end of life that was coming up, and they just needed a longer runway before they migrated away from these old technologies. But a lot of our customers, the majority, they weren't paying attention and they got caught unawares, and a regulator or an auditor came through and said, "Hey, you're using unsupported software. You have a regulation, or you have an SLA with your own customers, some sort of legal requirement that they're in violation of. They need to have support for these old versions." And when that happens, you've got two options, thanks to Hero Devs. You've either got a massive migration, which is typically somewhere between $6 to $15 per line of code. So for 500,000 lines of code, you can imagine the price there. Or Hero Devs usually comes in somewhere between $20,000 and $40,000 a year, to allow you to continue using the software you already use, but to get a secure version of it. That way you're passing your compliance audits, whether it's HIPAA, FedRAMP, PCI, or your own SLA to your own customers. You're back in compliance with those regulations. And so that is the value proposition: a multi-million-dollar migration or a $20,000 to $40,000 software subscription to allow you to keep using and keep the current app running in place.
So, Aaron, how many open source libraries / projects are you guys supporting at this point?
That's a good question. So prior to 2024, we'd only ever released 3 distinct products. But in 2024, we've really exploded and invested in a lot of new product creation teams to both be able to maintain the software, which is the hard part, and as well as marketing and sales. And so at this point, we have over 200 libraries and frameworks that we're supporting for the public. And 2025 is another year of explosion where we should, again, 5 or 6x the number of products that we're supporting. Currently, we're mostly in front end and back end. In 2025, we'll be venturing into other industries like databases, IoT, data flows, and then continue to harden our product catalog of other open sources that exist usually in the front end and the back end spaces.
Sure. Very cool. What a great service, first of all, right? Because look, I think I don't know how everyone out here, but I think many of us have all been in businesses where, that's always one of the fears with open source, right? That somehow the rug's going to get pulled out from under you, right? Like, so I'm, as I told you, I'm in the security space. And I told you we had back in 2003, we had a vulnerability. This is when people didn't scan pre-deployment. You only scanned what was in production, right?
In production, yeah.
And if you're lucky, once a year. But anyway, back then, almost everything under the covers was Nessus. Nessus was open source back then. This was before version, I think, 2.4 or 2.7. And all of a sudden, Ron Guler and the folks at Tenable decided, hey, we're tired of everyone kind of making a product around our open source scanner that we maintain. And they took Nessus out of open source. It was still free, but it wasn't open source. And we couldn't use it in VAM. And, there was a fork done. I forgot I forgot what the name of the fork was right this minute. But in any event, or you could just maintain the last version of Nessus, which was a pretty decent scanner, because that was just the scanner. You just needed the NASL scripts, which you could write, right? And to scan for the latest vulnerabilities. So it's, a similar kind of thing. And so there was a whole bunch of folks who were, doing that. That was just for one product, of course, right? But I think we've all had that happen. It upsets the apple cart, and there's long-term and short-term solutions.
Yeah.
Aaron, before we go further, Hero Dev's website, what's the website name?
It's herodevs.com. It's just like it sounds. HERODEVS.com.
HERODEVS, right. Now, you guys recently announced a relationship with the good folks over at Mend.io.
Yeah, we did.
Where
Yeah.
Mend's the scanner, but if they find, I guess, like an out of date or extinct or end of life library / open source project, there's basically a pretty nice integration with you guys where you can, click through to get it
Click to remediate.
updated and move it over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk to us
partnership-
about that a bit. You're
Yeah,
good.
the partnership with Mend is really interesting because it creates for the first time an opportunity for enterprises to both scan and find the vulnerabilities or the exposure to end-of-life libraries, but also get the remediation straight in line with the same exact product. And that currently doesn't exist. You'll use some SBOM, software composition and analysis tool, and it'll spit out, hey, Alan, you're using library A that has 5 security problems. And then it doesn't help you much more beyond the letting you know you're in trouble. And now with the Hero Devs and the Mend partnership, Mend can do the first part and say, hey, you've got a library A with security problems 1, 2, and 3. You can click to purchase this solution that has all those security options, security vulnerabilities addressed inside of it. So it's the first time ever that you can remediate that straight in line in an SCA tool like Mend.
Very cool. And congratulations to Mend for, seeing this and making this relationship with you guys. This has been out, I think, Aaron, you mentioned since around October.
Yeah. Yeah, we announced the
how's it
partnership
been
on October.
received? Yep, how's it been received in the market?
The Mend community is really excited about it, and there's been a lot of traction and a lot of people becoming aware that our product exists now. So it's been very beneficial for Mend to have new products to sell, but it's been very beneficial for Hero Devs to continue to raise our brand awareness among commercial and enterprise companies. So it's been a great partnership for both, and we're continuing to further and further integrate our product into the Mend platform every day. Mend has some really, really popular open source platforms that have freewares as well, and Hero Dev solutions will continue to be exposed even out into those free versions in 2025. So a lot of really cool product development between the two teams coming out.
I love it. Aaron,
Yeah.
we probably ran over. I apologize, but this is like something I have personal interest in, so I like to talk about it. Hey, man, I want to wish you the best of luck at Hero Devs. This is a great story, something that's obviously needed in market. Come back and keep us posted as you got more news, okay, man?
Yeah, I appreciate you chatting with me today, man.
It's my pleasure. Aaron Frost, founder, CEO at Hero Devs, HERODEVS.com. Keeping extinct or going extinct open source tools and libraries viable for your enterprise. We're going to take a break. We'll be back here on Techstrong TV. Excuse me, not Techstrong Gang.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to another Techstrong TV interview. I have a new company and a first-time person here on our show to introduce you to, and it's about AI. What a great thing to talk about here before we get into our holiday breaks. I want to introduce you to Ina Tokarev-Sela. Ina is the founder and CEO of a company called Illumix. And it's a Gen AI data platform for enterprises. She'll tell us more about that in a second. But let's welcome Ina. Thank you for coming on the show. It's a pleasure
Happy
to
to
have you
join you
here.
today.
It's our pleasure to have you on. So, Ina, I always like to let people get an idea of who they're talking to. As I mentioned, you're the founder and CEO of Illumex, but as they say, everybody to start a company, it's almost like having a child, right? You got to put a lot into it. There's a lot that goes into it. It's a big part of your life. So you've got to be very passionate to do it. You've got to have really feel strongly that in some way what you're doing is going to change the world, at least in a little way, or make the world better. Talk to us about your background and what you do to found Illumex.
So I was passionate about how enterprises can really manage their business with this deep core understanding of every process and every workflow and how low the data service was around his organization. Despite the fact that companies invest so much in data platforms and analytics, Gartner says only 20% of decision-making in enterprises is actually made based on data. And I started my career at SAP, working with Walmart, specific builders of the world, huge enterprises, thirsty for data analytics, and they build amazing things. But this friction about how you manage data, how you clean it, how you model it, and how you eventually serve it to the customers is a very lengthy process. And this is why I started Illumex, to remove this friction between data and the consumers.
Excellent. 25 years in data, but not in AI, right? Let's talk for a minute. Do you think you would have started the Illumex if we didn't have this whole Gen AI revolution going on?
It's excellent question. So depends how you define AI, really. So I was a graph junkie from my first degree, coding it in MATLAB. So I absolutely love the technology. And generative AI has different manifestations and instances. In this current form, it started in 2017. And I had the pleasure to work with generative AI models, both in video analytics space at SAP, and then in business analytics at Sisense. So to me, what happened in the recent years, different factors which brought generative AI to the front of the stage, and mainly due to consumer interest. So ChatGPT exploded in 2022, and suddenly business executives were excited about this technology as well. It's first time since internet that business actually comes to data and technical people and asking for something, right?
Mm-hmm. It is. And in many ways, that is an important. One of the things I tell people about the whole Gen AI thing is that, we've had technology innovation over the last 25, 30 years, but we really haven't seen this kind of society-wide upheaval or involvement since the internet. This is more like when the internet first became commercial than it is, let's say, like when the cloud first came out or something like that. The cloud, everyone in technology got very excited about the cloud. But in society in general, it was less understood and it made things easier. AI, you could talk to people I went to the veterinarian yesterday my dog needs surgery, and the veterinarian was telling me how he's a big ChatGPT 4.0 user and it's helping him, right? And he's not a technical person, but there you have it. Let's talk about the founding of Illumex. Tell us how Illumex came to be.
Yeah, so already a few years back, I understood that the generative AI is coming. And I also saw that in enterprises, we are still not ready for, to accelerate our data access on the scale for generative AI, preferable self-service to every employee, because data is, frankly speaking, not good enough, right? And our understanding and our management of data is not skilled enough. So that's why I started EvenX. EvenX helps enterprises, especially data-intensive and highly regulated ones, first to bring the data to AI-ready state. Second, being able to govern it, because I do not believe in generative AI without governance. Absolutely not. And the third one, to provide hallucination-free and explainable answers to the end users. So we're taking this full stack of generative AI productizations for enterprises to make sure that the whole process is monitored, guide-railed, and trustworthy.
Absolutely. But let me see if I can help kind of set the table here with what the problem is. We all have heard stories about how some of the big Gen AI models like a ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or what have you, how they just basically suck data right out of the internet, basically, right? Whether you knew it or not. Especially like for us, right? We're a publisher. We publish a lot of information, a lot of content. Well, our content was used for sure by some of these models without our permission, without our compensation, with us, not being covered, but it was used. So I think on one hand, people were concerned about, hey, these people are building a model on my data. And without my permission or what have you. But then secondly, so let's call that unintentional, right? I didn't know they were doing it, they did it. But then you have intentional data users where I want to use Gen AI to do something in my company, and a general data set, one of these huge LLMs isn't enough. I want a data set of my data, but it's got to be the right data. It can't just be everything and anything, and I'm going to try to figure out what's right or wrong. I wanted this particular data to be the data set that the model uses. And so that's intentional, right? I intend this data to be used. I think that's right now where we have a huge hole in the model, in that people don't know how. Yes, they could say, well, I'm just going to take it in a vector database, right? That was what I heard a year ago. Oh, no problem. Just put it in a vector database and it'll suck it right in there. Now we're hearing, well, you got graph, there's reg, there's a lot of ways of getting the data into the model, but it really comes down to you have to kind of pre-treat that data. You got to make sure it's the right data. And it sounds to me that that's what Illumex is really about, right? Trying to make sure that the data you intentionally want to put into a Gen AI model is the right data in the right format with the right tags and so forth, so that the whatever AI you choose to use is getting that data the way you want it to be had. Fair?
Exactly correct. So to your point, about vector databases or graph databases. A decade ago, companies thought they're just moving their data to cloud and it somehow will solve the problem. And we have the incarnation of the same approach with whatever new technology is for generative AI. So it doesn't solve the problem by itself. It's cost prohibitive to me to actually move your data to AI. You need to bring AI to where your data is, right? So to mitigate costs and all of that. So I mentioned a few things. Your data, right? Your language, your content. We call it semantics, right? In generative AI lingo. Understanding your company's semantics is imperative for generative AI to avoid hallucinations. And the second is context. It's the context of your question context of your definitions on your data, context of the usage is very, very important to for prompting as well to get correct answers. So both content and context have to be built on top of your data across your landscape. So your data lakes, your warehouses, your supply chain systems, all of them need to build into context and reasoning for generative AI to be used. The thing is, we have this teams of data scientists, many of them, right, building this context and reasoning in tools or frameworks which are called RAG, GraphRag, and other approaches. But those people are coming from scientific backgrounds. They're not business experts. So again, we have this reincarnation of data modeling, which we already had in BI, and we already created like many versions of truth and loss in translation, business analytics. So why we're saying that it's a good approach for generative AI, and now it goes on scale, right? So if you implemented mistakes in your context and reasoning across your data, many of your users are going to expose to hallucinations. So all of those challenges Irmax solves automatically. What we do, we actually approach data sources by only touching metadata. We do not touch values because we know that risk management is very important for generative AI, so we only touch metadata. Out of this metadata, we automatically build context and reasoning because our platforms are already trained on domain-specific ontologies. So we are domain-specific. Our platform is not trained on internet. And when we build this context and reasoning for organizations, we also provide workflows for domain experts to be able to review and certify. So I believe in human in generative AI loop. I do not believe in taking human out of generative AI. You do not necessarily need to review everything, but you have to have ability to review everything. And for sure, when we pick up all those conflicts and definitions, they happen all the time, right? No organization is defining churn in the same way. Different departments define it differently. And here we are surfacing all those conflicts. So those conflicts might be addressed by humans, but you do not necessarily want humans to build this context and reasoning for you. Moreover, 80% of tokens as of today are spent on customization or fine-tuning those off-the-shelf models on your data. So it's also super expensive to do it otherwise.
Got it. Ina, if you don't mind, walk me through, let's say I'm an organization and I'm thinking about using Illumex, right, to make my data AI ready. Walk me through the sequence of events. What do I do? How do I engage it? What do I do at each step of the way and wind up with AI ready data? You know, and my Gen AI, as you said, bringing the Gen AI to me instead of bringing my data to the Gen AI.
Amazing. So majority of companies have AI strategy and they have use cases, right? So imagine you're a bank. Let's say your use case is customer segmentation. So you will identify which data do you need to ask questions about customer segmentation, customer tiers, customer preferences, all of that. Let's say it's CRM database and it might be some operational system. Then we'll contact Illumex on illumex.ai and get our salespeople impressing you with lovely demo, our system. You've spoken about babies and passion. I am so passionate about Illumex experience, and this really works to our benefit. So with our customers or prospects with our demo, and the next step would be really defining the scope of the project and identify those systems, creating read-only access to your metadata, and few days later, given that paperwork is handled on the background, they can already play with the system. And we can onboard customers faster that we clear the paperwork. And this is how it should be with generative AI. Yeah.
Yes, it should. It should almost be like magical, right? It just happens.
It happens as far as you can check it. I'm all for transparency.
Let me ask you a question. customers, who's the target customer here? Is it large enterprises with lots of data? Though, just because, every organization today has lots of data. You don't have to be a large enterprise to have lots of data. But who is the customer? Is it larger companies, medium, all companies?
Our ideal customers are in this intersection of being data intensive and highly regulated companies, which means accuracy is important, governance is important, risk management is important, and TCO, total cost of ownership, is important. So financial services, pharma, insurance, all targeted industries, but our solution is industry agnostic, really.
Fantastic. And again, it's Illumex, ILLUMEX.ai, right? Is the website?
Yes,
All
indeed.
right. We're about out of time. I want to thank you for coming on and telling us the Illumix story and a little bit of your story. I wish Illumix lots of success. For people out there who are now realizing that it's not just getting the data to the AI, it's bringing the AI to you and making your data ready for it. Illumix is a company you might want to check out. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong TV. We'll be back in a moment.
This is Techstrong TV.
All right, folks, and we're back in Las Vegas at the Open Text World Conference, and we're talking about how IT operations management is going to evolve with my good friend Travis here. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Mike.
Hi, how are you? I'm doing this probably too long, but I feel like IT operations management has never been seeing more change than it is right now. If I look at observability and AI ops and the melding of ITSM and DevOps workflows, all this stuff seems to be converging at this point. Why?
Well, there's a lot of change, but it's still foundational to how operations covers everything that you see here. I look around at all the booths and people are talking about content management and they're talking about security, and none of that matters if the infrastructure, the databases, the networks, if those things aren't carrying that load sufficiently, then it's critically important. And so I think the change that you see is being driven by the need to keep pace with the demand that's coming from all of these consumers of the things that IT operations has traditionally provided.
One of the things that I hear from those folks all the time is you mention the word observability and they nod their head. But in the back of their head, they think it still means like basic monitoring, and I'm looking at a bunch of predefined metrics. From your perspective, what is it about observability that's different than what we might have thought about with just traditional monitoring?
Well, observability, I think there's a group of people who think of observability as dollar signs because it is enormously expensive in the ways that people are consuming it today from some very popular vendors who are out there. So one of the challenges that we want to address from an OpenText perspective is how can we reduce that cost of observability so that it does come back to more of what we traditionally have seen from a monitoring perspective. But I think that most people consider observability today to be something that's focused on the applications, because that's where it came out of. Google coined the phrase, developed this concept of site reliability engineering, and has now provided it as a means of collecting those metrics, logs, traces, and we would extend that to events. We actually call it MELT, metrics, events, logs, and traces, for being able to instrument the applications and make sure that they're performing and available.
One of the things that I saw at the show is OpenText extended its observability into the realm of networking. I think before that you had applications and infrastructure.
Yeah.
Are all these things going to converge into like one job function, or is it just more like we're trying to make these different silos be able to more easily collaborate with each other?
I don't know that there will be one job silo. I still think there's a need for network engineers and network operations teams. There's a specialized skill set for applications and databases and infrastructure, cloud. All of those things still need specialized approaches. But what we're trying to do is bring together infrastructure, application, and network observability, which, we haven't thought of. Again, observability has been thought of more as an application role, but how can some of the disciplines around observability, like having error budgets, like having service level objectives that we are measured against, how can we bring some of those disciplines from the observability side of the house into the way that we manage our infrastructure and networks as well, to fully support the needs of the business?
I'm asking that question a little bit because we have seen the rise of AI ops. And it seems like to make AI work, I have to be able to pull all this data to train the models. And to do that, I need some kind of platform like yours to drive that. So if we rely more on AI agents to help us manage IT operations, is the future of IT a mixture of AI agents and people working hand in glove? How do you see that all come together?
Well, you probably heard our CEO say this a bunch of times, but let the machines do the work. I mean, we're talking complexity and scale that has never been as great as it is, and it will never be this simple again. We're in a world where complexity is continuing to expand, and we're having more things thrown at us. So there's no way to approach any of this without some level of AI and automation. And so there is sometimes a debate about the difference between observability and AI ops and traditional monitoring. We see AI ops as the place where all of those things come together. So, and of course, applying AI to sort through all those needles in the haystacks, or as we heard at the keynote this morning, the needle that's been broken up into 4 pieces and stuck into 4 haystacks, and now trying to make sense out of all of that. So yeah, AI is going to play a huge role in that, but it certainly doesn't displace the need for the people to be able to deliver, to be more facilitators rather than knowledge holders. Because what we see is there's a lot of heroes out there. There's a lot of people in IT who want to be and take pride, and they should take pride in being the people who know how to repair things when they go down. But the scale and the complexity just doesn't allow that to be a way forward for the environments that we're living in today.
A wise man once told me that if a process requires a hero, it just means it's broken.
Yeah, that's another good way to put it.
Do you think that as this whole space continues to evolve, what do I need to know to be an IT expert, right? I used to have to get down into the weeds. Networking people had their little CLIs, and they're like, I'm holding on to that forever. Are we evolving into supervisors rather than people who perform tasks?
There's still going to be a need for people who have sort of the low-level understanding, from an architecture perspective, and how these things work together to create this beautiful set of solutions that people interact with every day, and make it so that IT operations is the unsung hero in the background. Maybe to take the hero analogy a little different way, is we work best in IT operations when no one knows that we're there, when other than our teams, of course, but when the rest of the organization is just their apps are humming along and producing revenue or supporting the needs of the users. So I think that there's a sense of how do we align ourselves better to those sets of metrics rather than looking at the traditional metrics of, how many changes did I implement today, or how many tickets did I close, that sort of thing. We have to realign ourselves to what are the actual top needs of the business, and are they performing at a level that the organization wants from us.
I don't know if you've ever heard the old joke about, what's the one thing that an IT administrator and an application developer can agree on?
It's the networking guy's fault. Yeah. Oh, of course, dogs. And I'm telling you that joke because so much of the history of IT involves a lot of finger pointing, otherwise known as war rooms and mean time to innocence. Can we get past all that? I think that one of the big challenges in a war room is that everybody brings their own tool to the table and uses it to justify why they are not responsible for the issue that's happening. And yeah, there is the old joke that, it's always the network's fault, and, we ought to just start there. The war rooms are going to evolve. I still think that when a major outage occurs, Sev 1, Tier 1 sort of outage occurs, that inevitably people, especially executives, are going to ask, what's going on? But rather than interrupting the people who are actually trying to resolve the problem, it would be better if the executives could go to some sort of agent, and this becomes this agentic AI that we've been talking about, and get their questions answered. Do we know what the root cause of the problem is yet? What's our estimated time to recovery? Is there a plan to prevent recurrence? These are all things that AI can take that load off of the teams that are working to resolve things. And then when it comes to preventing recurrence, it's about what can we automate to make that happen. And so the war room process becomes less of a finger pointing and more of a, let's bring all the information together using AI to synthesize that and help us to get to root cause faster. And then make it, we can borrow this from the DevOps teams, right? The blameless postmortems that are really all about finding ways to automate things so that they don't happen again. Yeah, that blameless stuff is important because otherwise people would just, they'll hide. Yeah. Right? Whenever there is an incident, though, like the first thing anybody goes to look at is the CMDB, right? They're like, how are these configurations? What went wrong here from, when's the last time it worked to what changed to now it's broken? Yeah. What is the relationship between those CMDBs going to be? And as we automate incidents and we add more AI, is the way we think about CMDBs, does that need to change? Well, of course, when something breaks, the first thing everybody asks is what changed, and the CMDB should be that place that we go to find that information. The problem historically has been that discovery tools are out there doing an update maybe once a day, if we're lucky. And there's a lot of workload that's put onto the network, load put onto the systems and the applications to do that level of discovery on a regular basis. But what we've done at OpenText with our universal discovery and CMDB technology is to make our change, or rather to make our configuration updates every 5 minutes. And the way that we do that is through differential discovery. So rather than having to repull the entire environment every time we want to do an update, we just look at what's changed across the various systems and applications that we're supporting, the networks, and putting that all into one place. And I know there's this argument around, should we rely on a single source of truth? Should it be federated? That sort of thing. And we don't really have a perspective on that. You can do either. You can create the single source of truth, or you can rely on multiples with federation to bring that information together. But yes, having a sense of what's changed can dramatically improve your ability to respond to known errors. And I would say it's a renaissance of CMDB that we're seeing right now, because the discovery has gotten so much better. It's never been a problem with where do we store the data in the CMDB. It's always been about how do we improve discovery so that it's more accurate, more real time. And then, yes, the reporting side of it, how do we make it easier to pull that information out? And AI is going to be a great way to do that too. If I can just use the AI as an interface to ask the question, what changed for these configuration items that make up this service, then I have a much faster way of pulling that information out. Do you think we might get to the point where we can eliminate all these gremlins? And gremlin in my world is like, there's an anomaly. It happens intermittently. It's like every 2 weeks, but I can't tell you exactly when it's going to happen, but it impacts performance. I should be able to get to the point now where, if you talk to some IT people, they're like, it takes me 3 weeks to find something that takes me 2 minutes to fix. Yeah. Yeah, well, and I think what you're referring to there is what we call predictive AI. So the topic of AI has really reemerged as a result of generative AI. And that's been part of what we've been talking about here, is that natural language means of finding out information. And I think that's important, but a lot of people are skeptical of that right now. We had a customer advisory board yesterday, and there was a lot of skepticism about what generative AI value can actually bring versus the cost. So I think as vendors, we're really in a prove it mode right now around that. But predictive AI and causal AI being the third piece of that has actually been around for quite some time. So when we talk about AI ops, we're really talking about, can I find the root cause of something using AI? And then when it comes to predictive AI, it's exactly the scenario that you described. Something happens every 2 weeks, and because it's such a time window, we don't normally see those spikes on our screen display. But if our predictive AI can notice those sort of repetitive things, or notice things that are outside of the normal, things that, because we've been in operations, we've been focused on setting thresholds for so long and maintaining those. And that's its own challenge. But if we could just alert on things that are abnormal, then it would be another way to check to make sure that we're staying ahead of the problems.
Yeah, it seems like to me, Gen AI adds value for summarizations and things like that. But to your point, Gen AI is probabilistic, right? So it's most likely to give you a good answer. But IT is a very deterministic thing. It's got to be right 100% of the time and done the same way each time. So is that where the gap is between the awesome capabilities of Gen AI and the reality of our day-to-day things we need to manage?
That's a good way to look at it. I think that probably part of the holdback or part of the reluctance of IT to adopt these things is that we saw this with cloud, right? A lot of IT operations teams have been resistant traditionally to taking on the latest and greatest. They want to see somebody else succeed with it first before they're going to be willing to take a stab at it. The challenge is that I don't know that the complexity of the environments that we live in today and the pace of change really gives us that luxury much anymore. We're going to have to start taking advantage of these technologies if we hope to do what the CIOs are telling me, which is cut costs.
Yeah. If I think about it a little bit, though, I get your point. Not everybody wants to be the canary in the coal mine.
Yeah.
But more folks I talk to are coming around on AI to this point of view. You're kind of like going, I do a lot of stuff every day that is kind of low level, tedious and monotonous. And after a while, it burns them out. So are we getting to a point soon where maybe a lot of IT folks are saying, well, I don't think this is going to kill my job, but I don't think I want to do this job without AI because it's kind of tedious.
Yeah, well, I mean, that goes back to the point I was saying earlier is we treasure being knowledge holders, but in IT operations, we have to become knowledge facilitators. We have to figure out a way to leverage the best of AI and automation that's available today to offload that tedious work and maybe even some things that we would like to hold on to, because that's where the organization is driving us towards. I mentioned our customer advisory board yesterday. One of our customers told me that they had built as 100,000. They're at 100,000 automated processes that they use today, and that's everything from responding to known errors to the way that they apply patches to, and they have this great concept of automate and iterate. So they have a team of people who are out mining for opportunities to automate. And as we think about AI and then using that to automatically mine for more opportunities to automate, it just becomes a cyclical, iterative thing that builds upon itself. And that's why they've been able to get to this place of 100,000 automated processes.
Where does security fit in this conversation? Is that going to get melded in? I talked to some folks, and there's not enough security people, so one of their strategies is move SecOps over to the IT team and see if that was a place to automate.
Yeah, well, security's always been about policy first and understanding, what are the mandates facing my organization, whether that's from regulations or from maybe internal policies, things of that nature. And then they tend to throw that at IT ops to go and execute. Now, they may be dissatisfied or frustrated with the pace that IT ops is doing things. Let's look at vulnerability management, because this is probably the strongest connection between IT and security is, the security guys have great vulnerability scanners. They come up, they're constantly scanning. They add tickets for every patch that needs to be applied to close that vulnerability out. And so the ticket queue just gets longer and longer, and IT ops is left with, I can't meet, if the policy says I have to correct a critical vulnerability within 2 weeks, and I'm consistently not hitting that, that's a pretty good indication that some automation is needed there. But automation in security, it's trust but verify. So yes, I'm going to trust that the IT ops team is going to get that done, but then having a feedback loop of verification and being able to look, it's always about identifying the top level, in this case, vulnerabilities, but apply any sort of policy across security, being able to prioritize the things and making sure that those priorities get rolled out to the IT operations teams, and then that they're actually executed upon. And that builds trust between ops and security that's sorely needed.
And a lot of the IT ops guys I talk to, they don't necessarily want to be the one to apply the patch because they're going to get yelled at by some developer if it breaks, right?
Well, so now we go back to classic change management, is who needs to be involved with these things. And we've all wanted to get out of the cab meetings that take 2 hours and 500 people on a phone call, just basically rubber stamping things. That never helped anybody. And, we should be out of that business, especially in the world of cloud and SaaS and the pace of change. So there's there was always this sense of, there's standard changes. So there's things that people can do that don't need approvals. But yes, we should know that where there's critical applications that can't go down, then who are the people that need to be involved in understanding when we're going to make that change to make that happen. And so the coordination of that activity, again, is another place that's ripe for automation. And, maybe a whole board doesn't have to be involved in that decision. Maybe we just do a checklist of, have these teams approved the window for making this change, and do we have a rollback plan? And if so, then the people who need to get the work done can just go ahead and get the work done.
All right, coming full circle, what's your best advice to folks who are running these IT shops today? What's that one thing you see the most successful IT leaders doing?
Well, I started to mention this earlier, but CIOs that I talk to are all about costs. They see IT ops, and this is not a new story, right? It's CIOs want to take cost out of operations and shift it to the new things that are going to make the business more profitable. So if you are in IT operations and you are not thinking about ways to reduce cost, then there's a good chance it's going to come to you as a request to reduce cost. So, and this goes back to where AI and automation are going to have a huge role to play. So when we think about whether it's patch automation that we've been talking about, easier ways to find the root cause of problems, making sure that we are keeping pace with the changes and the complexity that's happening in the environment. Be proactive about how you are finding ways to reduce costs. We don't like to talk about how these things impact our team members, but sometimes it does involve having to reduce people. If you put on your CIO hat, they're thinking that way. The ones that I talk to. So, and it doesn't always have to be that. Obviously, we can reassign people to things that are higher priority, but it's got to be an all of the above strategy as we look for how do we take costs out of IT operations.
All right, folks, you heard it here. The total cost of IT is once again front and center. Hey, Travis, thanks for being on the show.
Great to be here.
All right. And we'll be back in a minute, folks.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey folks, we're back at Open Text World in Las Vegas, and we're talking to George here about cybersecurity in smaller companies. So, George, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
I think, we're making progress in the enterprise on cybersecurity, but it's not clear to me that that's working its way down to the mid-sized companies and even the consumer level. So, what is your assessment of our cybersecurity readiness of these smaller companies? Because last time I checked, they didn't have a CISO standing around to solve all these issues.
Yeah, that's a great observation. However, it's a different play completely when you talk about cybersecurity or enterprise, and then we come down to SMB and or consumer. And I run the businesses for consumer and SMB. Let me start bottoms up. Obviously, consumers are impacted by everyday threats that's out there, and really interesting that consumers need to be more aware and cautious about what's happened, because the reality is they don't worry about what happened to them until after the fact, like in cybersecurity, like an email attack or cybersecurity attack to them. So we do sell to a large volume of consumers directly and through some of our strategic partners on the SMB space. And by the way, most of the products sold to consumer space are not known as open text. So we have 4 brands: WebRoot, which is antivirus; Carbonite for data protection, data management, and then we have Hightail and one other product as well. In the consumer space, we sell to millions to customers, and they are impacted by everyday's threat coming to them via either a cyber attack or a phishing email. And, they're not really aware of these threats until after they happen. So they need to be very cautious of that. So we have 2 main products in consumer space: antivirus, otherwise known as WebRoot, and then backup or Carbonite. And fortunately or unfortunately, both these brands are not known as open text brands. So they're brands that stand on their own. In the SMB space, it's a different story. We sell via a large network of managed service providers, otherwise known as MSPs, and sometimes to VARs as well. And we also have portfolio of products from companies we acquired over the last few years, offering it directly to the end user via our partners. So completely different play than enterprise, but we're growing in both these segments, and there's tremendous progress happening in that area.
Most of the SMBs that I know wind up doing business with a larger enterprise. So as the enterprise requirements go higher, are they getting pushed down to the SMBs who are suppliers to those folks? And is that having a cascading effect where the SMBs are more conscious of security, or the requirements are just getting higher?
Yeah, actually interesting. So the requirement that happens in that space are similar, whether you're in the enterprise space or SMB space. However, the partners that we work with really do great segmentation to understand how can they respond with our product to the needs of their customers. So again, to your point earlier, there's no CISO at some of the small companies. So they have to anticipate what's going to happen and help them maneuver through this process to get the product not only properly selected, but also deployed. So we compete against many other companies in the SMB space when we work with the MSPs to offer the product to consumers. Now, the advantage we have as a large company that we bring in the muscles with us of having the knowledge, the know-how, the expertise, the investment, the professional services that are required if we ever need to bring it along the deal. So in that sense, these MSPs that work with us, they understand that while we are small part of their business and while we represent ourselves as a smaller company to them, that we rely on a much larger organization behind us.
Mm-hmm. In my experience, MSPs accounted for maybe 20% of the overall total market. But I feel like that's changing because cybersecurity is getting hard. It's too complex. So are more organizations willing to rely on an MSP for their security?
Yeah, absolutely. And especially the small ones. I mean, just as a data point, we have between 18,000 to 19,000 MSPs that we work with. And of course, you could think these are large numbers, but of course, we don't manage them all directly. So we have networks that can work with them. But we pick some of the few strategic ones that we work with them very closely. Like, for example, about a month ago, less than a month ago, we launched our Secure Cloud, which is a platform allowing these MSPs to cherry pick or choose from the portfolio of product that we have to bundle and offer the solutions directly to their customers. They love that. And we work closely with some of the MSPs to make selections on what we need to offer to them. And we realize that this has been tremendous benefit to them by working with us. So rather than spending more time doing administrative work, now they can cherry pick which product they want from the cloud offering that they have and immediately send that proposal to the customers. And they love it. I mean, again, advantage of working with companies like us, what we heard, versus other smaller companies that caters only to MSPs is tremendous. And really, this is the power of what OpenText offers.
Is the quality of the security that's being provided to those SMBs getting better? I mean, it's almost, sometimes I look at some of these tools and they're like enterprise class tools at a price point that is aimed at an SMB, but
the gap between capabilities isn't all that much.
Yeah, correct. I mean, this is a great point. So we do have some products that are shared also with the enterprise space, not a whole lot, but the ones that are shared, obviously we're leveraging, the strength and the depth of these products into the MSP space. However, into SMB space. However, we also have unique products for the SMB that are growing on their own. Like, for example, again, not to mention Secure Cloud, it was built from the grounds up, and this project has been going on for a while to cater for the MSP communities and really offer that product. And according to what we heard so far, which is tremendous feedback, they love it because it really solved some critical problems for them. That product itself does not apply at all to the enterprise space. So we do cater to each of these segments in particular with the offer that we have.
Do you think that with the rise of AI, that security is going to be more democratized than it has been in the past? It's required people who are quote unquote security rocket scientists to drive it. But I think the barrier to entry for the knowledge should be coming lower and lower, and I should be able to implement and consume more security technologies to be safer.
Yeah, I think, you hit it right on the money. And again, if you were at the earlier today at the opening keynote by our CEO, Mark, when he talks about AI and the impact of AI that will have, cybersecurity will have a tremendous play into AI. I mean, think about this, where at some point where we can apply AI to predict, here's an example, right? AI will digest all this data out there and information available and be able to sniff if there's any threat or ransomware about to happen or happening and immediately alert its constituent about something that's going to happen. Protect yourself. So, raise the level of threat out there so the people in any businesses, whether enterprise or SMB level, can quickly get to apply that protection that they need so they don't get hit by ransomware or they don't get hit by big threat. This is huge, and only AI can be applicable in situations like this where we have the capabilities to provide this level of technology and information. So ahead of time, we can predict that, not predict, but we can anticipate what the impact would be and prevent it from taking, horrible impact on some of the organization. As you can see today, right? Somebody get hit by ransomware, it's millions of dollars that's going to cost them, whether it's a small bank, small financial institution, small insurance company, they can't afford it.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that we'll see more convergence of the technology stack in cybersecurity as we adopt more AI? Because right now, I think a lot of organizations are kind of like, I'm spending a lot of time stitching a lot of things together. Are there things that can maybe be brought together more tightly or coupled together in more interesting ways as we go along?
Yeah, I think the future is here for that. I mean, we've seen some examples already of that happening. Again, you saw the demo today. If you were on stage, how you take that AI platform Aviator and then how you can really run it across multiple platforms. I mean, I love the statement about we make multi-cloud work. In our environment, we're going to make the platform work, and we're an open platform where we support other technologies out there, especially in the SME space, where some companies may want to use some of our product in conjunction with some other products as well. And our AI and platforms will allow that to happen. And I think that has tremendous impact.
I think one of the challenges that consumers and SMBs face is the playing field is decidedly uneven. The bad guys have a lot more expertise and a lot more tools and are a lot more automated. Are we going to be able to kind of level that playing field soon and fight this fight?
That's a great observation. As a matter of fact, they not only have bigger and level field, but they're also changing. They're learning how we're combating the threats and ransomware, and they're using something different. So honestly, every day it's a new threat, and every day it's somebody new, like a bad actor, you call them quote unquote, coming in. And we are human, cannot do the work as fast as a machine would do it in AI to predict what's happening and help us with that. So are we leveling the field? I can't tell you that we are soon, but I know that we have the technology and the tools to eventually be on par. And if we're on par, I think that's good enough.
I think business leaders sometimes get frustrated with cybersecurity. They continue to invest in it, and they're like, well, aren't we secure yet? And maybe it's not a thing that you're actually going to achieve. It's more, to your point, the tactics and techniques evolve, so the defenses have to evolve. and it's just an ever-changing game.
Exactly. I don't think there's any one company out there that can claim today or answer that, are we secure yet? You don't know, because we don't know what the next bad actor is. We don't know what the next cyber attack is. We don't know what the next ransomware is coming. All we know is that we need to have the tools in place to prevent that from happening and continue to innovate in our space, to put the methods, the technology, and the protection in place, the safeguards in place, so these things don't happen when they can happen. We can't predict the future. All we can own our own destiny by putting this technology up front.
Do SMBs need to focus more on being resilient, right? We talk about cybersecurity all the time, and I think we can assume that we're going to get attacked, and maybe we got to figure out how to respond in a way that limits the damage as much as possible.
Yeah, so when you say SMB, there's no such person or entity as SMB. It's, as you know, it's a channel in play. I think companies are starting to be more and more aware. And our job is to make sure we promote the fact that, the problem is cybersecurity is a bad thing, right? And nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody's going to come up and say, hey, we were hit by a virus or ransomware. You never hear the stories except if it's a big company and blows out of proportion. So the idea would be that we want companies to be aware. We want them to be ready, and we want them to know what to deploy and when to deploy it. And ideally, we want them to deploy it ahead of time.
Are there things that you see SMBs doing that, as a long-time professional in this space, just makes you shake your head and go, folks, we need to be better than that?
Yeah, I unfortunately, they're not spending enough money on the protection and prediction. Budgets are tight, and immediately they cut the budget for cybersecurity. Unfortunately, also, there's not enough cybersecurity expert to be hired that can advise companies. That's why they go in to consult with other folks to learn more of what's going on. To your point, I love your metaphor at the beginning. These small companies don't have a CISO. When you have a CISO, you know that you can rely on somebody to do it. So who are they relying on? And the reality is, it's ad hoc, it's unpredictable, and it's messy.
Do you think that those SMBs, as they kind of look at all of this, the headlines, have they become inured to the latest breach and the latest attack, and it's not really kind of waking them up the way it used to be? I can't tell you how many times somebody said to me about a security breach, this is a wake-up call for sure, and then about 3 weeks later, everybody rolls over and goes back to bed.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And again, when breaches happen, everybody wakes up. To your point, some companies spend millions of dollars. Some other companies think that, like all of us, how many letters have you got from these big companies? But, we sign you up for this Experian or whatever, credit monitoring bureau. After a while, you give up. Okay, what am I going to do with this, right? But they're not protecting their constituents. And that's the problem.
Do we need more regulations because the carrot's not working enough? So do we need more stick?
I think we have enough regulations happening. Now, I don't know about in the financial institution space, the regulations that they use. I don't know if there's something else that's being planned, but certainly they need to tighten up better the data breaches. I can't imagine why do you still have data breaches every now and then, and you hear about them. That's not good. And that's really what sets everybody on their edge of what's going to happen with that.
Are we seeing IT people become more conscious of security and assuming responsibility for security operations as part of their IT motion? And in SMB, the IT people are pretty much in charge of everything, but are they kind of now more proactively incorporating SecOps into those IT ops?
We see that in the large companies, enterprise level, where the IT people are in charge and they're making difference. And again, to your point, unfortunately, in the SME space, there's no one designated in the IT department as a chief security officer or even VP of security, right? They don't have the luxury to have the staff dedicated for that. So you probably have the IT person who's also running in pseudo security person. God bless them. You cannot have two hats to run your IT department and also make sure the security protocols are well managed, well protected and well communicated.
Mm-hmm. Are we, most of the organizations I know, they have what we used to call AV software, and they have a firewall. They don't much get past that. And
And if you listen to the MSPs, they'll tell you it's very hard to be profitable in this space delivering services, largely because they compete pretty aggressively with each other and they drop their own prices to that point. But can we make this motion economically viable for everybody concerned? Because the small company can't give you, 20% of the IT budget for security. The MSP can't overcharge too much, and yet we gotta pay for the R&D of the tech. So how do we make all this work?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I don't know the answer to that because you're absolutely right. How much of the percent of your budget are you spending on protection and prediction versus after the fact? The recovery phase of that. As a small companies, they can't afford to spend a lot of it, and really that's core of the problem. Our job is to make sure that we continue to inform, educate, enable all our partners with the right information so they can, not only for them to make the decision, but they can pass this information well to their customers ahead of time and prevent them from getting into the trap of getting hacked, getting subject to ransomware, getting all these attacks that are happening continuously. I mean, look what happened just recently in 1 year. We not only had attack as normal cyber war attacks, but there's more attacks coming in during the recent elections here for no other reason than just data breaches and personal emails and everything like this. But these things, can escalate to much more serious level, if they continue to happen, because the bad actors are not giving up. They continue to try different ways, and the technologies continue to evolve.
All right. Folks, you heard it here. If you add up all the penalties and the cost of the ransomware and every other bad thing that can happen, cybersecurity is a pretty good deal. Hey, buddy, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, and we'll be back in a minute.
Welcome back to Techstrong Unplugged. My name is Cassandra Chin, and today we're here with Justin Kapos. And you're the owner of 5 CNCF projects, and you're also a university professor.
Yeah, just to correct it, 5 Linux Foundation projects, but not 5 CNCF. 2 are in the CNCF Tough and in Toto. We have 1 Optane that is inside the JDF, and 2 OpenSSF projects, SBOMIT and GetTough. And I'm just one of the creators of these projects. There's a lot of other students and other people that have done tremendous things with these.
Do you want to talk about maybe your time as like a professor, some interests?
Sure. One of the things I really like about being a professor is that I basically get to do whatever I want almost all the time. Now, sometimes I need to do things like go and teach a class on a day that maybe I'm not feeling like teaching that subject, or, have to work on a research paper that I'm tired of. But in general, I mostly get to do what I want to do and have fun with it. And I think that's really important because I think if you're going to be really effective in things like education, you have to also make it enjoyable.
I was actually the KubeCon host to CNCF Kids Day, and it's usually the weekend before KubeCon. And I'm like one of the instructors, so I can kind of relate that, like, I have to be having fun if I want the kids to have fun.
Right. And so one of the things that I try to do is when I teach concepts in my introductory security class, I don't just sit and give a dry lecture for 2.5 hours every week. We try to do more hands-on. They learn things like how to open combination locks that they don't know the combination to. But they have a legal right to open, of course. They learn to do things like get into NYU's buildings without showing their ID. And, we do things like, I even use things like card magic to teach different things related to deception or other stuff like that. So I think if you do more engaging topics with students rather than just put up a slide and say, this is what a side channel is, this is how it works. But if you can do something more visually interesting and more memorable, then I think students learn it a lot better.
suddenly I'm really wishing I could be a part of your class.
Well, you still can. So you can feel free to go and sign up. Apply to NYU. We'd love to have you as a student.
It's interesting. Like, you say you teach them how to like open doors locks. How does that work?
So most combination locks, like bike locks and luggage locks, and then like the master locks that you have on your locker, they all work using slightly different principles. But one of the things that I think is the fundamental key to a lot of things in security is that once you understand the principles by how something works, you can often find ways to make it do things that the designers did not intend it to be able to do. And those weaknesses, those vulnerabilities, are what lets us as, security people understand how to attack things. And so, the way that I learned all of this wasn't that I went and took a class on how to become a bike thief or something like that. What I did is I literally was on the London Underground. Was getting on the London Underground, and I wanted to have a luggage lock. So I bought a luggage lock and I started to play around with it. And I found that by the time I'd, traveled on the Underground for 45 minutes to get off at my stop, I could put the lock behind my back and mix it up and then open it without having to look at the dials. And I thought, wow, I just wasted 15 pounds on this, garbage lock. But then I started to buy other locks, and I found that if I play with them for a little bit, I could do the same. And so it's almost like kind of a fun challenge now, where if I go to a hotel and I'm bored and they have a safe in the hotel, I try to see like, hey, can I open it can I lock it and not know the combination and then open the safe? And in many cases, you can. These systems are not actually that well designed, not as well designed as you might think.
Just wondering, does the hotel charge you if you can't open it again?
No, at least I've never been charged for a situation like that. The safes that they use in hotels, just like the door locks, they have master keys and master ways to get into them. In fact, there's often a little port on the safe that you can plug into and unlock them. And sometimes you can find information about that online, how to do that.
Good to know. So do you want to talk about some of the projects at the CNCF?
Sure, I'd love to. So one of the most long-standing projects I've been involved with is a project called the Tough Project. And actually, back when I was a graduate student, I was building a package manager, a way to install software and Linux systems that was being used on a system that we didn't call it the cloud at the time, but because it was earlier than that term was being used, but was basically the first ever academic cloud that existed. And I built this package manager and did a bunch of things with, to optimize it for the cloud. So I built like the first cloud specific package manager. And one of the things that I did is I made it so that if multiple systems would go and install packages on the same computer, they wouldn't end up with downloading the same software over and over and over again. They wouldn't end up with a bunch of different copies of it on disk and things like that. And because this sort of shifts the threat model, I also had to think a lot about what happens when you have a man in the middle, like a mirror or another party, become a malicious attacker. And so when I did my design for the package manager I created called Stork for this, I later went and looked at the Linux package managers and realized they were all vulnerable to different attacks that Stork was protecting against. And so I wrote a paper about it, and thinking, I'm a good academic. I wrote a paper. Of course, everyone in the world is going to read my paper and fix all their problems. That wasn't true, as is probably obvious. But at the time, I was sort of proud that I'd made this contribution. And then after this, some folks from the Tor project reached out to me and said, hey, we have big problems with our system Tor, which is a way to browse the internet anonymously And so people can't tell where you're coming from or where your traffic is going to.
It's like an anonymous web browser.
Yeah, it's like an anonymization network and protocol and system. It's used by millions of people every day. If you use a browser like Brave, you can go in Brave and actually just click to open a private browsing window through Tor. And if you go and say, like, what's my IP, it might tell you you have an IP in the Netherlands, or you have an IP in India, or you have an IP in some other place that you're not. And so anyway, so some of those folks came and tried to understand how to build a better version of their updater. And they spent some time with me. And afterwards, they gave a design, and myself and an undergraduate who I had been working with took a look at their design, and we found a whole bunch of security problems. And we said, wait a minute, if it's this hard for these experts, like super, hardcore security experts, to do something like this, we need to make it easier. And so we started the Tough project, which was a way to be effectively like a library or something that people can drop in that solves this problem. And so they don't have to reinvent that technology themselves. And so I think it's, it's really important. And I think there's a lot of one of the key lessons here is that I wasn't like born a security expert in package managers, or I wasn't born a security expert at all. It's just something that anybody with the right kind of mindset and taking enough time and effort can really help themselves become that and make a really positive difference.
Do you ever get your students involved with your projects?
Oh, absolutely. There's no project that I think I've ever done that didn't have substantial effort from students. I like to work with people, and it's really a team sport. Security is a team sport. You need as many viewpoints, and you need things like this, like perspectives. And so my students are heavily involved in all the projects that I'm doing. In fact, I've had multiple students, even people who got their PhDs after, roughly 5-6 years of work, by doing repeated improvements on systems like Tough, for instance. One of my students, Marina Moore, got, published a bunch of papers, made a bunch of improvements, and helped it to be, for instance, widely used in automotive. Lots of automakers, lots of Internet of Things devices, like medical devices and devices inside factories, all use effectively a variant of Tough because of a lot of her efforts and efforts from others in our community.
I think that's really great how it's not just a solo effort. It's really about community, and you get people involved.
Yes, and a big part of that is, the more voices and the more different perspectives, sometimes you can really attack problems from directions that you weren't really thinking about. So diversity is super important.
Do you want to talk about some of your other projects?
Sure. Let's see. In fact, I'll tell you about a project that's not a CNCF project that has an interesting lesson. So this is, 10 years ago or so. One of the big problems at that time was all these password databases were getting breached and they were getting compromised. Now it happens so frequently that people have almost stopped paying attention to it and just assumed that this is happening. And so number one pro tip for anybody out there is use a password manager. Don't remember passwords. Just use a password manager. You need to remember one password, and then all your other websites you use can have randomly generated passwords for them that you never need to know what they are. Anyway, so at that time, what I did is I had thought of this way using cryptography to make password databases much harder to crack. And I went and I took one of my, at that time was just starting out as a PhD student, is now actually has graduated. And, he's now a professor at Purdue, actually. But he and I worked together and built this thing. And there was a summer camp where we had high school students come in and participate. And we had this high school student who was quite mathematically focused. He really understood mathematical aspects of things in a very deep way. And he asked us a pretty fundamental question about the system that we built and said, doesn't it have this property? And we're like, no, it doesn't have this property. We built the system. I mean, we invented it. If we would know if it did. And then later that day, we both thought about it a while and we realized that the high school student was right, that he was actually teaching us things about a system that we had designed, that we were the foremost experts in the world on because we'd built it. And so there's lots of examples like that where people can go and make a really positive difference. You don't have to always have super deep technical skills in every area. Sometimes just poking around, learning more, finding an area and going far into it, you can accomplish things that are otherwise like very difficult for others to do. You can really make a difference.
I think that's really an interesting perspective that like you can still learn from other people even if you're considered the expert.
Sure. I mean, you have to. There's anyone who says they're an expert but isn't open to having their mind changed is not going to be an expert for long if they ever were. So, yes.
I can definitely believe that.
Yes.
I really learned a great deal from you. So thank you, Justin.
Oh, thank you so much. This was a lot of fun.
Hey everybody, this is Mike Vizard, watching the latest episode of the Techstrong AI video series, and today I'm with Sohini Avernetti, who is CEO of Coentech, and we're talking about some investment that they just got from Databricks, and they are a company that focuses on services in this space, and we're going to jump into, well, what exactly are the types of services that folks need? Hey, Sohini, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for having me today.
One of the issues that everybody seems to be struggling with is the degree to figure out who to partner with and to how much, because I think a lot of organizations also want to do some stuff internally, but they can't quite figure out what they should do versus what they should rely on a partner for. So are we seeing any patterns emerging in the AI space?
Absolutely, Mike. I'll tell you why anyone should consider or not consider involving a partner. If the customer has the 360 degrees of the data platform figured out, along with the CSP, the cloud partners, and, for example, Databricks, the whole ecosystem figured out, which is the infrastructure, the security, the data protection, and the best practices as far as data modeling are concerned in order to expose the workloads to artificial intelligence, then they don't need a partner. But the customer journey is not one-dimensional, it's multi-dimensional. So you need a partner in place wherever there's multi-dimensional aspects of the engagement are concerned, and a pure play partner like us brings in the deep tech expertise and the advantage of repeatable assets, repeatable IP, and our relationship with the product and engineering teams across in Databricks to make that process easier.
I feel like every organization is going to be slightly differently. And when I look at it, between the data scientists and the data engineers and the developers and the storage experts and security folks, it takes a village to build anything and make something actually get into a production environment. And the odds that an organization is going to have all those capabilities is pretty low. So are you finding that people are kind of coming to you with different requirements and different needs, and how do you kind of respond to that in a world where everybody's trying to figure out, what's my discrete service?
You nailed it on the head. The multidimensional facet of the implementation is exactly what I was referring to when it converts to services. So the way we staff our organization is to kind of focus on all the pointers, levers of what it needs to build this data platform out, to be exposed to the data, to get the customer ready for their AI journey. And the deep expertise, I tell my team, everybody has to be an AI engineer. An AI engineer has to have almost all of the skills with some specialist skills, all of the general skills with some deep specialist skills. So here we are training our and forming our next level of AI engineers. Like we pick up data scientists, data engineers with deep tech expertise, DevOps, and train them on this platform. And Databricks is truly a unified platform. It's unified in the sense that we have to unify and converge our skills as well.
One of the challenges, or at least some things that I find conflicting, is everybody has a bad case of fear of missing out, FOMO, so they're always in a rush. And yet, I think we have to accept the fact that a lot of these projects are going to fail because we are experimenting and we're in new territory and trying to break new ground. So how do I balance my paranoia against the fact that we need to experiment?
We start small. We start aligning with the business stakeholders. We start with selling the business value or aligning with the business teams first and start small in a small proof of concept type of an environment, show the business the value, and then scale the environment. But in order to do that, you have to have an environment that is ready for scale. And that's what we do along with teaching the customer or sharing the customer as the single threaded use case that they need to apply to make this successful.
One of the patterns I have seen is that organizations that had their data house in order early seem to have benefited most from this. And I tend to look at healthcare and financial services where a lot of the data is semi-structured, and at least they have some formats. And other organizations, when they go down this AI path, they get very excited, but they seem to run into this whole data management issue pretty quickly. And is this whole thing coming to roost? Because I feel like we haven't really done a great job on data management for 2 decades now.
Data management. If there was perfect data management, we wouldn't be in business. Just kidding. That's why we have Databricks, a unified platform that does the data management. And that's why you have us, the SI partners, that can help you continually evolve along your data management journey, because data management is never one set and done. The businesses are evolving, the data is evolving, the data sources are evolving, the platforms are evolving. So we have to keep in mind that this is a continually evolving journey. And even on a platform that is considered gold standards, we think about what else can we start ingesting to make it gold standard for the AI workloads to be enabled.
So what is that one thing that you see over and over again with customers that kind of just makes you shake your head a little bit and go, we could be so much further down the path if we only did this 1 or 2 things earlier?
You want to know the truth or the real truth?
Either one. Both.
I've seen both, but I will stick to radical transparency here. What I have seen is alignment and silos at the corporation, at the business units, at the levels that are beyond data. There needs to be human integration and people integration, people alignment first in terms of unified platforms. Then, of course, we have the technologies and the tools to offer that. So I think it's more the strategic direction of the company on where the businesses want to go and how they want to align and unify the data. And of course, we have all of the Unity catalog functions and features, and we have the unified platforms, everything available to enable that journey for the customer, for the company. But individual silos of, business units and individual silos of leadership and ownership of data has actually, in our experience, slowed down projects more than anything else.
To your point, is AI kind of exposing the fractures in all our different workflows? A lot of people are blaming AI for this, that, and the other thing. But when I look at it, it seems like just AI at scale runs a process pretty much as it was defined by somebody else, and it's usually an existing process. It's just the level of scale now exposes how flawed it really is in the first place. So do we need to kind of go back in and look at those processes before we just automate something that's broken in the first place?
I absolutely think it's necessary. That's why for all of our AI engagements, we partner with the Databricks team, typically the business value team, to get the business value straight, to get the strategic alignment straight, and then we execute on the POC, because we could be executing several Gen AI or AI engagements every day and not make a difference because we don't want to, expose the flaws afterwards. We want to make sure we don't call them the flaws so much on the processing side. We want to to expose what's working, what's not working, and how the businesses need to evolve with this next gen of technologies.
The other thing that I am seeing is if I looked at 2023, it was kind of the year of irrational AI exuberance, and then everybody had in the last year, tons of experiments and things that they kind of thought they would play around with. Is the coming year going to be more focused on maybe picking 2 or 3 of those things that are actually going to work at scale and put them into production environments? Because, well, I can't afford to do them all.
Absolutely. There was a lot of initial interest last year from our customers on, prototyping a Gen AI solution. We did 10 of them. We executed 10 Gen AI solutions in a prototype manner. Only one went live in a production grade with a case study that we can present today. So that's the ratio we noticed last year. So this year we are shifting to more focus of from the lessons from last year. We are shifting to a focus of, well, let's start with the business strategy, like I told you, business value, and then execute the top 2 business use cases that the customer sees benefit out of, or guide them to only invest in their time, their investment in the top 2 use cases or top 3 use cases per quarter versus take them all in and invest on all of them at the same time.
One of the things that people are always hesitant about is a lot of the integrators, partners, and everybody else kind of uses the same terminology, and everybody plays buzzword bingo. How do I kind of discern who among those companies has actually got the right level of expertise and is the right fit for me?
You've got to start with your use case. What if you wanted to use AI for all your video and marketing needs? You've got to see if your technology partner is listening to your needs, your business needs on how you want to evolve. You've got to see if your technology partner is talking security and data first. And you've got to see if your technology partner is making sure when you are getting on this journey, is all of the infrastructure, the ROI you're getting from adopting this new technology, does it match what you're spending on the infrastructure and the SaaS costs themselves? Is your technology partner looking at this in a 360-degree fashion versus just implementing the solution and giving it to you is what you've got to look at.
Is there something more that the vendor community could be doing to help you and your customers? Because one of the things that seems to come up is, well, the pace of development is fast, and by the time I master something, I wake up the next day and I feel like it was made obsolete, whether or not it was, here's my investment in prompt engineering, and now I got AI agents that are going to do that task for me. But do we need to kind of think about this a little more clearly in a way that makes it digestible for organizations?
Absolutely. I think over the next 5 years, we will see a massive growth in learning journeys on how this technology is going to percolate into every business and what it means for that business and what they need to learn. I think there's a massive opportunity for training, not just, just training and lessons learned, but training on how to use this technology for my real world use case. And what does it take for me to get from point A to point B in a very crisp manner versus exposing me to 80 hours of training.
And will a lot of people wind up being surprised that, here's what I mean by that. They'll go in and they'll discover that whatever process they currently have isn't just flawed, it's just inefficient, and there's more exceptions than there are rules. That when they go to automate this thing, they're going to discover that they haven't been thinking this through for years. And we kind of are about to maybe have a massive exercise in what we used to call business process reengineering.
We are doing that across every Gen AI project we land. We are figuring out it's a process engineering project first, and then that's moving to an actual technology and ISV partnership like hands to the keyboard work next. 60 to 70% of the time we had initially budgeted is going in process reengineering and business value creation. So you're absolutely right.
All right, folks, I think we've come to it. The whole exercise is really wraps itself around process reengineering. And if you're thinking about it as some magical dust that's going to come and fix everything for you, well, you're going to be in for a rude surprise. Hey, Sahini, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for watching the latest episode of Techstrong.ai video series. You can catch this episode and others on our website. We'll see you next time.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Neil Carpenter, who's a field CTO for Orca Security, and we're talking about specifically data security posture management as it applies to data lakes and in the case of Snowflake in particular. Neil, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Mike. It's good to be here.
You guys recently added support for Snowflake. What's driving that? And Snowflake itself is saying that, well, we're going to require MFA in the future, but it seems like there's multiple layers of security that need to be put in place here. What's going on?
Yeah, I think no doubt. From our point of view, Orca is already a cloud security platform for all the stuff you're running in AWS, Azure, Google, Oracle Cloud, Alibaba, sort of wherever you're running your PaaS and SaaS or PaaS and IaaS, workloads. And one of the components of that is in all of those spaces, really looking at what data you have, how it's classified, where you've got sensitive data. And so what we've done is expanded that to include Snowflake as part of that visibility. So not only can I see that I have, credit cards or healthcare identifiers or French ID card numbers or whatever in my VMs, in data I'm storing in the cloud, in buckets of data, but now I can also see that where I've stored them in Snowflake. And so it's one part of the security story, right? Is knowing what I have, where it is. I can't protect if I don't know it's there. And when we look at data lakes like Snowflake, what's so common is we're throwing a lot of data in there because we want to store it. We want it to be available for our use. And we don't always have a clear understanding of what the taxonomy of that data is and what we're actually putting in there and how we need to protect it.
One of the issues, it seems to me at least, is that there's a lot of complexity in these platforms, and more so than people think, and it's easy to misconfigure them. And sometimes we think that somebody did the right thing when they didn't. And a lot of the issues we saw in the last year seems to come down to just the people didn't understand how to configure these things, and then bad things happened. How do we make all this stuff simpler to secure, and what is the right level of understanding of our data security posture as it goes with that?
Yeah, it's that's a really interesting question for me. I said for a long time, one of the things we're doing in a more general sense, but also here, is taking our constituents who are security teams and who know security very well, but don't always know cloud concepts very well, and bridging that gap. So being able to say, I may look at any number of issues in the cloud and go, well, I understand why this is a problem, but I don't really understand how to fix it or how the pieces go together. And that's where a platform like Orca fills in the gaps and says, all right, this is a problem because we've generated this alert. We're telling you what the problem is. We're showing you how to remediate it. We're bringing it into a language that security teams understand. And for Snowflake, it's no different, right? That's one of the reasons we look at this as being a really smart thing to integrate into our platform, is to extend that visibility and that reach for in this case, where's my sensitive data? What is it? How do we get to it? And being able to see all the sorts of things that go in there, whether it's data sprawl, I've got the same sort of sensitive data here and here and here and here, and I don't know why that is. or simply illuminating that somebody's put something outside of a security boundary. I may have, for instance, if I have credit card data, I'm almost certainly covered under PCI DSS, and I have some very strict rules around how I'm going to manage that stuff. Finding credit card data sitting in a Snowflake database because it's been copied from somewhere else and it's unexpected is going to be a big shock, and one that I would rather get proactively by scanning it and identifying that data rather than reactively when something happens and it gets exposed.
Where are we on this journey? Because I would posit that we've spent billions of dollars securing a proverbial perimeter, and we've discovered that, basically the bad guys are just coming over the wall as they see fit when they steal credentials or whatever it is. I think people understand conceptually that they need to kind of retreat maybe to securing the data itself based on its criticality, but I feel like we run into challenges making that happen. So what exactly are the hurdles here, and what do we need to do to get smarter?
Yeah, I mean, one of the hurdles is simply velocity. Like, the industry is moving so fast into the cloud, into AI, and those are both things that data is driving, right? What am I using Snowflake for? Almost certainly some combination of both of those things. If in a typical organization, in my mind, I divide it sort of into the business and the security teams. And the business wants to move forward and do these things very quickly. They want to generate revenue. They want to generate features. They want to deliver things. And the security team is having to figure out, how do I manage this whole process? How do I bake security into this and get ahead of it? Your question, where are we and how do we get there? I think this is just going to be a continuous cycle of things, but there's a couple of key pieces. I think the first one is having visibility into what's there. That's got to be the starting point for any security team and whatever we're securing. If I don't know where it is, if I don't know what it is, I'm not going to get there. And I'll tell you a quick story. I used to be an incident response analyst and lead. And we used to ask a question every time we went into a new security incident. We'd ask the company or the org we were working with, hey, how many machines do you have? How many servers do you have? Sort of whatever was relevant. And it's not, we didn't really care. We were going to find them all anyway by the time we were done. What we did care was the delta. Normally somebody would say, oh, well, we have 2,000, and somebody else would say we have 2,500. Because they just didn't know. Everybody was looking at different things. And the bigger that difference was, the harder that week was going to be on us. So, I think that visibility is the first piece. And the good news is, platforms like ours, we can get very detailed, very accurate visibility right off the bat. Covering, we're talking about Snowflake today, so, covering in your Snowflake tenant, what databases do you have, what sensitive data is in them, giving you all that visibility. Alongside, what have you got deployed in the cloud? How is it configured? What's in those workloads? Where's your other data? What does identity look like? What have you exposed to the outside world? Putting that all together into one picture. Now, the second piece of that then is really around posture and making sure that we have configured things correctly. CISA is talking a lot about secure by default and secure by design. I think that's an incredibly key piece of this. And for our customers, it's often, now that things are deployed and running, it's finding out where they weren't secure by default, weren't secure by design, highlighting those things and finding where those problems exist. We've got credit card data here where it shouldn't be. We've got something that's publicly readable that ought not to be, those sorts of things. That's a hard set of problems, not necessarily because it's hard to find those things. I think we do a very good job of finding all of them. But the next step in there is if it's a brand, or if it's an existing environment where we're bringing in a security platform, there's almost certainly a lot of problems existing. And so the third piece of where we are on that journey and how we get to where we want to be is about prioritization. It's about not just finding that there are 20,000 problems in my cloud, because if that's all I do, I'm going to overwhelm all of my teams. Nothing's going to get done because you're going to have this huge paralysis of, this is too much stuff. Don't listen to Neil. So the next big piece is prioritization. It's how do I make sure if I can only do 10 things today and I'll get 20,000 problems, how do I find the 10 that are most impactful, most meaningful? And that's an area where we've been doing a ton of work. Ingesting something like Snowflake into Orca is a big piece of that, so that we can continue to apply all of this context as priority. So knowing not just that we've got a misconfiguration, but it's a misconfiguration that affects credit card numbers or affects health info or whatever it is, that drives the teams to say, all right, here's what I've got to focus on. Here's a misconfiguration, but it doesn't impact any data. There's no identities that are elevated. There's no exposure, whatever else. Those I can get to later, but these are ones that I really have to focus on. So for me, as I talk to companies and organizations about the path they're on, those are the first things. It's visibility. I've got to figure out everything I have. It's where do I actually have problems, and how do I get those nailed down? And then it's what's the full context of what's there so I can accurately prioritize and really run my business. Now, once you get to past that, I think the next stage, I'm giving people in 5 minutes, I'm like, yeah, here's all the stuff. This is a journey and a lot of work. But once you start to feel good about that, the next step then is really guardrails. Guardrails and paved paths, right? We call it. The idea being move a lot of this stuff earlier so that things never get deployed misconfigured. Make sure that at least in your organization, you are in fact secure by default and secure by design. What's getting deployed is in good shape. It lacks critical vulnerabilities. It lacks critical misconfigurations. You've applied appropriate sort of controls around data and around everything else there. And that's, I think, when you start to really hit your stride and become mature, because now you're closing more issues before they ever become a problem. Your security teams can get out of that hamster wheel of just responding and start focusing on larger problems, emergent problems, and really get to a good state. So the organizations I know that have moved past that first visibility, find the problems, prioritize the problems, into getting ahead of the problems are, I think, the organizations that are doing the best job, and they're really positioned to continue to grow as new technologies hit the market, and as their business their business wants to drive new things into what they're doing. They're well positioned to get there.
Data lakes are only one part of the issue, right? I mean, it's nice that we're kind of centralizing the management of that data, but the data is everywhere. And then to make things even more complicated, doesn't the data lake kind of just create one big fat target and make it easier for everybody to kind of go after?
To some extent, yes. I think in 2024, and not just with Snowflake, but certainly with Snowflake, we did see that as a problem. We saw 2023, 2024, we saw some pretty big compromises of data lakes that I think were pretty embarrassing for the organizations. This is an age-old problem, though, right? I want to centralize things because the more they're decentralized, the more management problems I have, the more sort of complexity I have. If I have 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 different data stores, no, it's all fragmented. I don't know where anything is. I've got lots of problems there. So we want to centralize it. And then, as you said, I've got one juicy target. I think a lot of this is around, no matter what approach you take, it's around first that posture management. It's around ensuring, that you've met secure by design, secure by default. I feel like at the end of this year, I'm repeating those words over and over and over again, right? It's about making sure that I'm in a good state to begin with. And then for data, it's so much about access control. It's about ensuring that I've got appropriate protections. You mentioned Snowflake moving to force MFA for Snowflake. It's a good move, but every organization already has that option. Snowflake's just taking it off the table and making sure that they're all in the right configuration. So even though it's a future move, today you can be in a secure configuration. You just have to take the time to make sure that you are. So for me, I don't think it's like, centralizing all my data in one data lake. There's a lot of drivers to do that. you have to do appropriate threat modeling and figure out where you have potentially problematic configurations. You have to understand what the impact of compromise anywhere in there is, how you take an approach. I talk about zero trust a lot lately too, which is, I think, an important philosophical. It's not a product. It's not a technology. It's really a philosophy and how we approach things. And I think you have to take the same approach here, right? In looking at how do we make it so that any one thing that gets compromised is limited to just that being impacted, and we have time to detect it and make sure it doesn't move elsewhere. So in Snowflake, for example, how you manage administrative credentials that would have that org-wide, tenant-wide access is obviously a major piece of your strategy to securing it. You've got to make sure you've got MFA and incredibly strong passwords, and they're in a vault, and you've taken appropriate measures to manage those and to monitor the use of those credentials and to respond quickly if there's misuse of them.
We hear, of course, a lot about AI generating more data that needs to be secured, but is there some way to think about using AI to help secure the data that is being generated for AI?
Maybe long term. My sense right now, and this is both in terms of what Orca's done, and we've done a lot with AI to both detect threats for our customers and to make security teams more efficient. But we've spent a lot of time really looking at what are the AI engines good for today? And we use machine learning, we use generative AI. People tend to mix them up today, but they're sort of two different disciplines. But they're both good at some things and not necessarily good at other things. For us today, what they're good at tends to be finding things. So we use like natural language search based on generative AI. And I think that does really well for our users. They tend to be good at synthesizing data. So we use generative AI to help write remediation, to tell somebody. That's one of those I talked earlier about bridging what security teams know and cloud knowledge. We view generative AI as a big piece of that. A security person can say, I understand this is a problem. I want to solve it, but I don't know how to solve it in Terraform, or I don't know how to solve it with this UI or this CLI tool. And we can use generative AI to bridge that gap. I don't think we're at the point yet where it's sort of, we have AIs competing and there's an AI writing 0 days and attacking things, and there's another AI adaptively changing configuration. I don't think we're there yet. I think right now we've got sort of a rules-based approach and a standards-based approach that says you should have MFA enabled for admins and for all accounts. You should have this configuration. You should have data encrypted at rest. You should have data encrypted in flight. And we can go and look and check that all of those things are true and that you are in a configuration that is best suited to secure that, whatever that asset is. And then I think, that's one piece of it is what I always called prevent breach. How am I going to configure everything to make it hard to breach me? On the assume breach side, that is, always looking, saying no matter how well configured I am, I have to make the assumption somebody's smarter than I am. We see that's an area we use machine learning at Orca. So we'll look at known patterns of behavior. Now, here are bad IP addresses. If somebody does this, this, and this, it means they've dropped a web shell. That sort of thing. But we also use machine learning to build models of good patterns of behavior, standard patterns of behavior, and then identify anomalies outside of it. That's one of the areas I think that today is an important piece of defense, and that's going to continue to grow as part of how we protect things, and we're going to use AI to drive that.
Ultimately, who's in charge of data security? Is it really the security team, or is it the people who are actually creating the data in the first place? Because, we've had this debate as long as I can remember, right? The people who created the data didn't have much understanding of where it was going, and the people who stored it didn't understand what it was in the first place. They were just storing it.
Yeah. So, I mean, part of the answer to that is going to be org specific. But my take on it is, in particular, as we move into the cloud and cloud computing and sort of all of the things that come with it, is security is more and more a shared responsibility. You can't point at any one person and say, that's the person. Security teams, sort of in my mind, have the architects and the analysts. They have to write the policy. They have to say, we're always going to encrypt data at rest. We're always going to do this. We're always going to do that. And maybe have an exception process, right? Manage all of that. But I think our security teams are also responsible really for providing the tools and putting the intelligence in front of people who have to make decisions. And so in this case, it's about, being able to scan, going right back to Snowflake. It's about the security team having tooling that scans Snowflake and says, you've got critical data here, you've got sensitive data here, you've got sensitive data here. And then being able to say, that means you're going to have to take these steps. You're going to have to protect it in this way. You're going to have to think about these sites. And so none of it exists in isolation. We can't just say the data owners have to know what's there and have to take appropriate action. Sometimes they don't know what's there. Sometimes they don't know what the appropriate action is. The security team may not have direct ownership over any of that, but they can provide the tooling, they can provide the policy, they can make sure that the intelligence is reaching the right people. And so for me, it's really a question of, once again, visibility. Like I gotta know it's there. I gotta know what's there. Finding the misconfigurations, prioritizing them, and putting all of that in front of the people who have the ability to take action on it, so that we can make sure that our responsibilities get met.
Well, folks, you heard it here. In some level, these are not new problems, but we are taking a more concerted effort to secure the data rather than just kind of securing the perimeter and hoping for the best. And to Neil's point, it takes a village. So everybody's got to be involved. Neil, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you for having me. Looking forward to next time.
All right. And back to you guys in the studio.
Hello and welcome everyone to the 5G Factor. I'm Ron Westfall, Research Director here at the Futurum Group. And once again, I'm pleased to have my distinguished colleague, Tom Hollingsworth, the networking nerd and event lead at Tech Field Day, here joining me for today's conversation. In fact, I believe we've come off a successful string of Tech Field Days to round out the end of the year, Q4 and so forth. And today, we're going to focus on, one aspect that the Tech Field Days address, and that is the mobility world, and specifically the 5G ecosystem. Some of the important, announcements that have come out over the last couple of weeks. And with that, I'd like to say, speaking of Tech Field Day, there are more on the horizon. I know we're, getting toward the end of 24, but in 25. It's never too early to start planning. For example, we have Mobility Field Day 13. That's already pegged for May 7th and 8th. And with that, Tom, I think that's a great segue. Any thoughts on the upcoming Tech Field Day schedule and, what's going on in 5G?
Well, it's been an exciting time, and I know we're getting kind of down to the end of the year, and some people are trying to decide, do I get this announcement out before CES? Do I wait and maybe save it for Mobile World Congress? But the answer is, of course, always there's going to be news coming out that we're going to want to cover here and in a lot of other places. And, Tech Field Day is another great place that we do that. TechFieldDay.com is a great place to see what events that we have lined up. Coming up in 2025, we're already deep into planning for those, and we can't wait to share more once we get everything kind of nailed down.
Outstanding. I couldn't put it any better. And with that, let's dive right into now we're looking at in terms of 5G ecosystem, and on a slightly different variation. Let's start with Alianza, which has signed a definitive agreement to acquire Metaswitch, at least most of its assets from Microsoft. And basically the deal is aimed at advancing, the path for CSPs, the communication service providers, to enter the cloud natively and also play a more integral role in the AI services economy. And now with the acquisition, what Allianz is hoping to get is really, first of all, a broader customer base. There's no harm in that. There weren't any specific financials attached to the deal, but you could pretty much bet that they got a good deal since Microsoft had already dialed back Azure for Operators, which included Metaswitch, and basically was looking to potentially sell Metaswitch assets at a very deep discount. But what that means, though, is good news for Allianz. Probably a very good deal, taking Metaswitch off of Microsoft's hand. And now, they can say they're in 19 of the top 20 global operators. So that in itself, is a coup. They're quite simply expanding their customer count where it counts the most amongst the operators. And to recap, Allianz is focusing on how CSPs can face the challenges in managing legacy services, for example, voice, side by side with the development and delivery of new capabilities. And what we're seeing out there in terms of the competitive reality is that when it comes to revenue growth, the telcos are still trying to figure out how can they optimize their role and, of course, protect their revenue streams, let alone grow them, because they have a lot of competition from over-the-top competition. And, the OTT players, the Ring Centrals and so forth, let alone Microsoft itself in some circumstances, are pretty much not having to obligate themselves to maintain network infrastructure and also other full service capability obligations. And also there's not as many regulatory restrictions attached to their services. So what's a telco to do? Well, what Allianz's portfolio does is help business customers basically manage and administer the full ecosystem of service offerings and eliminate the need to have to integrate lots of different partners and navigate the complexities of integration. That is, they have a purpose-built cloud communications platform that does this. And so this allows the operators to come in and say, hey, we can not only meet your traditional needs, but we can help you get to the next phase without having to, support, a traditional telco service alongside a new OTT offering, alongside, other, Microsoft Office capabilities and so forth. So what this is really doing is streamlining, the ability for Allianz to support telcos and basically making their offerings a lot more attractive to businesses. And that's another important thing. It's focused on businesses. So it's not overreaching the consumer and not having to deal with the margins on the consumer side. So to kind of, wrap up, why did Allianz acquire Metaswitch? It's about, again, allowing those business customers to simplify how they can have new capabilities that are, cloud-based, more software centric and so forth. And this, again, is avoiding what can be characterized as integration quagmires with competing approaches that don't really bring the full spectrum of capabilities in one neat package. And with that, Tom, what do you see about this deal that, jumps out to you?
I think this was probably a really good move by Microsoft for the simple reason, kind of as you stated, they were really finding themselves into a bit of a quandary because they have what is considered to be one of the premier communications platforms out there, Teams, and they were effectively competing against themselves. And you're right. The biggest challenge is not getting people to collaborate and communicate. The biggest challenge is getting them to do it in one central location. And when you talk about existing technologies like, mobile communications or traditional PSTN type stuff, that's hard. There's a reason why everybody has gone the way of the app, right? Whether it's Teams or WebEx or Zoom or any of the other things. But realistically speaking, we're talking about those three because this seems to be the ones that the industry has landed on. Microsoft had to look at this idea from Metaswitch and go, oh, well, this will allow us to integrate these traditional communications forms into Teams. And then they woke up and realized that that's not how that works. They really should have called Cisco because Cisco's had this problem for a long time. There is a marked difference between using WebEx than using traditional phone systems. And while those two have deeper integrations than Metaswitch and Microsoft Teams, it's still not as seamless as one might hope for. So, like you said, the challenge for companies like Microsoft that really want the user counts, but they don't want to have to maintain the hardware or the infrastructure, is that ultimately what they would really just like for people to do is dump their phone system and go to Teams. And so by getting rid of Metaswitch and giving it to Alianza, who has these kinds of infrastructure plays, what they're allowing Alianza to do is provide a value add for customers that leverage their platform, right? So think about all of those solutions out there that are like, oh, well, if you go with us, you can do your cloud-based infrastructure, and we can toss in these other things on top of that and provide service for them. And it's almost like an MSP model. And I think that's appealing to a lot of folks that want those services, don't want to move for whatever reason. And I can think of a lot of reasons why you wouldn't want to move, especially if you're a traditional kind of business that maybe doesn't have the capability. Think like a hospital. Hospitals need phones, and not just phones for the hospital. They need phones in the patient rooms, right? You want to be able to call, or hospitality is another good example. Do you want to manage that infrastructure? A lot of people will say no. Whereas, now Alianza could drop a box on site to run that information set up for you and then have it managed in the cloud. And that's an easy win for them to get some uplift in their service offerings and increase their average selling price. So I think that it's good because it lets the people focus on what they're good at and not necessarily try to create some of those infamous Jack Welch synergies that aren't really there.
All excellent points, Tom. And that actually triggered a couple of reminders, why Alianza? Now, first of all, I think they do have a distinct competitive approach here. That is, again, it's all cloud-based and it's all focused on enabling telcos to do what you're just talking about. And I think it's also, they've really thought it through, because some of the competitive offerings don't really think through things like, what about fax machines? What about the circuit-based telephones on an elevator? These are things that need to be supported in places like a hospital or any, major facility. And this is something that Alianza actually brings to the table. It's not going to leave you hanging like, oh, here's an exception. You're going to have to continue running your traditional, implementation in order to support it. So I think those are important, considerations in many of these environments. And yes, I think it's also important to note that what about Microsoft? I think, Tom, you did a great job covering that, and also a snapshot of the competitive trade out there. But to be clear, Microsoft is not abandoning the telco space by any stretch of the imagination. Yes, they dialed back Azure for Operators significantly. And that means that they're really focused on the platform, but also they emphasize that they'll be continuing to provide AI services to their telco customers as part of their platform play. So, this is something that I think is, well, it's a cliche, but benefits both sides in terms of the deal itself. And, speaking of, okay, what are some details that are important about, a successful 5G service? What are, the things that are going to be needed? And, well, I think this is an opportunity to take a snapshot of something that we haven't really talked about for a while specifically, and that's antennas. Now, antennas, I think we all understand, are integral to communications, and 5G is no exception. But what is going on in the antenna world that is going to make a difference in terms of, making just that, 5G a better experience for all? And I think Ericsson did some important, work here in terms of, why they are developing their antennas, investing, more significantly in it. Not just for North America, but really across the board. But I think we'll look at some North America examples here to demonstrate what is going on. And basically, it's having a significant impact in terms of, the overall end-to-end 5G implementation. We hear a lot about, how Open RAN can be run, and how, there are these alternatives in terms of, DU implementations and DU to RU communications and so forth. But I think what's important here is that antennas themselves, for example, the Ericsson antenna system, is really playing a pivotal role in making 5G more efficient, but also, again, delivering that better experience. And before looking at North America a bit more, I think it's important to note that in a recent trial by European top-tier CSP, Ericsson antennas helped deliver more than 4 times the coverage and double the capacity of the previous antenna implementation. So that's something that nobody's going to say no to. This is something that I think will translate into production environments, and even if they don't hit those exact same multipliers, anything that approaches 4-fold improvement in coverage or doubling capacity is something that I think will certainly drive how the mobile operators will be more adept at delivering 5G services. And how else is Ericsson making a difference? I think it's important to know. Basically, they had a benchmark evaluation that shows that the Ericsson antennas are demonstrating energy efficiencies that are 7.5% higher with the traffic volume metric on the per kilowatt basis. That's specifically with the radio output power reduced by over 25%, translating into real savings that could be more than 4,700 kilowatts per year per site. So you multiply that out. And as we all know, when it comes to implementing a mobile network or any network, energy efficiency is just going to become increasingly important, especially as not only operators but their customers are looking at ways to run AI workloads more efficiently. Certainly, when it comes to hybrid AI implementation, as well as the telcos themselves supporting, say, AI inferencing capabilities within their existing assets at the edge of the network. But I think another thing that's cool is that Ericsson is supporting a honeycomb radome structure that can result in 49% lower embodied carbon footprint. So that's reinforcing, why Ericsson, and this is something I think they've established a reputation for, why they've made progress in North America, most recently with the AT&T deal coming to the front of the mind. And that is they're simply producing in the field products, on the RAN side, but on the antenna side and so forth, that are lighter, more energy efficient than the competitive alternatives out there. And they're not resting on their laurels. What they're doing is looking ahead, is supporting advancements such as remote electrical tilt that uses an R app for remote control that could enable real-time adjustments to antenna patterns that improve naturally the network coverage and capacity based on changing conditions. So that is futuristic, something that might see a Blade Runner sequence. But with that, Tom, I know antenna is a relatively mundane subject, except for us, 5G heads. But for the folks out there, why is it important that antennas continue their innovation path?
Well, here's a quick question for all of those of you out there who are complaining about whether or not you have really good cell coverage. Can I build a cell tower in your backyard? You're probably sitting there shaking your head very vigorously back and forth. No. And that's one of the issues that a lot of people are concerned about, is they want everything to be better, but they don't want that stuff around them. Call it whatever you will. They're worried about electromagnetic interference. It's an unsightly thing to have in your backyard. They're just not for certain if we need to increase the amount of eyesores in the city landscape. Well, if I can't build more, I have to do more with what I already have. And while you can do a lot with the base station equipment, it's the antennas themselves that are the broadcast medium for the signal. So how do we fix that? Well, you have to start optimizing the antenna. And if you don't believe that, just open up any CWNA book by David Coleman, and you can learn everything there is to know about antenna radiation patterns. And, what's the difference between an Omni versus a Yagi versus a dish versus a patch? Those all matter on small scale with the access point in your house. You probably think, oh, that's no problem. I'll just stick it on the wall and it'll work. Because sticking on the wall, those things are kind of optimized for that. But when you're trying to do things like send a Wi-Fi signal down warehouse rack space or something like that, you have to direct it. And that's what Ericsson's trying to do here, is they're trying to create a system that incorporates some of the latest advancements in technology like MIMO and beam efficiency and things like that to better optimize the signals that they have. And that means that they have to spend a lot of time doing the effort on those antenna designs to make them work right. It's not like you can just stick it up there. I mean, anybody who's ever tried to set up a home antenna to get broadcast TV now that we've gone digital knows how difficult it can be to find just the right placement in just the right part of the house to capture just enough of the signal. And that's for your house. Now imagine trying to scale that to thousands of users on a cell site and trying to do that adjustment. And oh, by the way, if you ever try to fix anything, that requires a bucket truck at the very least and a lot of extra work. And most of the time that you put those things up, they're kind of up there and they're locked in place. I like this idea that you're talking about with, the ability to remotely control the antenna tilts, like, for example, let's say you have a cell tower that's actually looking over on like a sporting arena or a baseball field or something. Well, on any given day, I don't necessarily need to have any coverage on that field because it's empty, right? But on the days where the people are on the field, I may need to adjust my antenna tilt to give a little bit more coverage down there so that people can upload pictures of their kids hitting a home run to Facebook. And these are the kinds of complicated usage patterns that modern engineers are having to try to solve. Because more than any other time in our history, the populace is mobile and the populace is connected. And when they hit bad coverage areas, they're going to let you know about it.
Yes, and I think that was a very important point you put out there, Tom. That is, the NIMBY aspect, not in my backyard. And so, it becomes all the more, I think, essential to, improve the antenna technology. And I think a fair amount of, attention is paid to, improving that coverage, including improving the beamforming, the massive, MIMO, TCO, and so forth. But I think what's important here is Ericsson is keeping a very close eye on the energy efficiency aspects, and that's always been important. But this, I think, will become increasingly a differentiator for the very reasons you touched on. Is like we have to leverage not only the existing assets, but when there are more opportunities to deploy dense small cell sites, for example, we have to know what the energy impact is going to be. So there's not going to be any surprises he talked about in terms of coverage, because that's the one thing that mobile operators need to deliver on. It's just that consistent, reliable coverage, or it's just bad for business. And I think this is actually a good topic that segues into looking broader into what to expect in the future. And I know we've certainly have touched on 5G advanced and so forth, and not too much specifically on 6G. However, I think we can address it, and I'll talk about a bit more why we have that approach. But for now, let's look at something that Nokia has spotlighted, and I think that's important. That is 3GPP Release 20, which is really delivering several important improvements to the 5G advanced standard that is still unfolding. And this is all going to be happening in 25, naturally. And this is all also aligning with, what about 6G? Because 5G advanced is really 5.5. It's the bridge between the initial iteration of 5G and ultimately what will become 6G, with some consensus that 6G itself probably won't be more commercially viable until near 2030. But that aside, I think what's important about Release 20 is that it's really, again, honing in on that network energy efficiency aspect. It's not just about the antennas and the cell sites, but hey, can we make sure that the entire network is actually improving on these energy efficiency metrics? Because sustainability, certainly when it comes to regions like Europe, this is something that's going to continue driving the decision-making of major telcos, whether it's a Vodafone, a BT, or DT. You get the idea. It's also going to be impactful, of course, in other regions. But this is something that is going to drive, again, what to select in terms of a solution. But what else is on the agenda when it comes to Release 20? Well, again, AI and its cousin ML are basically going to be even more important for how 5G networks are implemented. And that is, in this case, they're looking at ways to improve measurement prediction. So again, it's being more proactive, having more visibility into the overall network. And that's what Release 20 is really looking to do. It's getting, into that, holistic ability, having it built into the products. So this is something that won't require too much heavy lifting on the part of the operators or anybody else who needs this information. And it's also, again, not just about the energy, but also being able to predict more accurately potential failures. So it's not just about rolling a truck out. It's like, hey, maybe we ultimately won't need to roll a truck out if we can fix this, using existing capabilities that are built into the 5G advanced standard, and as a result, again, great savings for the operators. But also, it's again preparing for the future of Release 20, and that is post-quantum cryptography, PQC, which is getting a lot of marketing attention toward the end of 24 here, but we'll certainly see more of it in 25. It's really about aligning the 3GPP standards to adopting existing protocols on the quantum side, as well as algorithms to what can be characterized as PQC ready standards. So this is smart thinking. You just can't take your eye off of this as well. But this is, again, a promising improvements across the board, and including areas such as cybersecurity across the mobile network. I think also interestingly is, Release 20 is going to offer improvements in non-terrestrial network capabilities, particularly on focusing on the specialized use cases of voice communications at very low data rates, and also over IoT NTN connections. And I think that's something it's also reiterating, what's going on with RedCap. That is not a headline grabber because most people are thinking about, more enhanced mobile broadband is needed for, scaling all these, AI intensive use cases and so forth. But on the other hand, the reality is there's a lot of warrant for, particularly in the IoT and voice communication, to not have to, throw more bandwidth at the capabilities. That is, by building this in, it's really addressing the full, I would say, spectrum of requirements out there. And so I think that's actually pretty interesting that the standard is really putting, a focus on this in terms of resources. Also, I know XR has gone through the hype cycle, hasn't met many expectations, but when it comes to extended reality, it's going to have, I think, an increasing play, whether it's, the enterprises using digital twin technology, including enlisting 5G to support the capability. But we are seeing very interesting, compelling cases, like at construction sites. We need a 3D map of what's going on with the construction. So what is better than a 5G capable device that can support an AR rendering of an ongoing construction site to make sure things are going in the right direction and so forth. So this is something that I think will have increasing merit and traction. And I can go on with more examples, but I'll stop with sensing, because really when it comes to 5G Advanced, this is an area that I think will pick up, more capabilities, but also commercial interests, because we're talking about things like augmented intelligence, that is, improving human to machine interactions. And certainly 5G or the upcoming 6G standard will be ready to help support this as that quickly evolves. And so I know that was packing a lot in, but Tom, in terms of 5G Advanced and what's to expect in 25 beyond, what are you looking at?
Well, I think it's interesting to note that we've already gone through this cycle once before, and anybody who has an iPhone knows what I'm talking about. There was that 3G Plus that came out, HSPDA, which was, a lot of people called it 3.5G. It was trying to do the same thing, and I believe it was actually 3GPP Release 5 that did that. So I should tell you how long ago it was. We're already seeing kind of the need to put more things on there. And don't get me wrong, post-quantum crypto is probably the most important thing, because as we have discussed at length over months since we've started seeing the final candidates from NIST, the value of post-quantum crypto being deployed now is that we can start securing data so that in the future, when quantum computers finally hit that magical threshold where they're able to break RSA encrypted schemes very quickly, you've already had a lot of time built up to encrypt the data that you already have. But I also think that it's important to understand, that this is kind of, in a way, preparing for that rollout. And this is something that a lot of people really have to understand. Just like when you go to any rumor site for the latest release of a given handset, it doesn't feel like groundbreaking anymore. Like, I remember everybody kind of used to be on the tips of their tongues of what the next iPhone is going to look like, or what the next Galaxy or the Note is going to be like. And now it's just like, okay, it's a little bit faster and it has a couple more buttons on it. But you got to think that a lot of that comes down to several of these things are solved problems. It's working on the software behind the scenes that makes it feel snappier, that gives it more capability. I mean, that's literally the latest iOS release is software functionality behind the scenes. Well, that's what we're getting with 5G Advanced. We're still running the same 5G. The modem in your phone hasn't changed at all and likely won't for several years. It's using software to drive faster speeds. I mean, let's be honest. If you're sitting in a city center with your phone out, are you really complaining about mobile speeds? Is it not fast enough for you? I can remember a time when I was forced to connect to Wi-Fi to download apps and going to large conferences, and my phone just wouldn't work until I got into the Wi-Fi area and everybody suddenly wasn't on the towers anymore. And now, unless I'm in a bad coverage area, my phone just kind of works. So do I really need all of this groundbreaking technology and a brand new modem every couple of years and all this stuff? Or am I more interested in the other things that are going on, like power efficiency? Because that's one thing that a lot of people don't understand is that when your phone is struggling to get a good signal from a tower, that's when it starts chewing through battery. If you find yourself traveling a lot in places where there's no good coverage, your battery is more likely to be eaten up because the system keeps beaconing for towers that it's not going to find. So by increasing coverage capacity, by making it so that the phone doesn't have to spend so much time searching for these towers, it actually makes it a whole lot easier and better on your battery life, which is one of those things, like you kind of said in the previous story, antennas are very mundane and so are batteries. Until you need them to be more efficient and more useful. And I think that that's the goal here, is to set this up to be efficient, because that's what 5G has really been about. It's been about efficiency. It's been about using more commodity hardware and software as opposed to these custom integrations that require basically breaking the system to upgrade it. And now we can kind of roll out some of the advanced features that we're looking forward to in the next generation of these technologies, and maybe give them a little bit of a trial run before we try to implement them so we get all the bugs worked out.
Yeah, I think those are excellent points, Tom. And yes, on the quantum front, I think that's an excellent point. It's like, quantum breakthroughs can, basically tear through an existing, encryption scheme. And so what does that mean? It's like, well, it's like AI. You want to fight AI? Well, you enlist AI. Same with quantum. You want to counter quantum? Well, you enlist quantum. So I think, again, it's this back to the future aspect here that we can certainly appreciate, with the evolution of the mobile standards, and particularly when it's 5G advanced or 5G to 6G. And to circle back, when I noted, okay, we haven't really talked a lot about 6G. And I think part of it is because 5G itself hasn't really met a lot of the initial expectations. I think there's a broad consensus in that. But I think what's important to note here is that, you need to keep an eye on 6G, what's going on there. But certainly what's going on with 5G Advanced is going to be a lot more pertinent and a lot more roadmap, I would say, aligned. And I think what's interesting is that we're kind of in some, I guess you could say conversations, not understanding fully that 5G itself is still not been fully implemented in the market. The last time I looked, I think only 1/3 of the operators who have implemented 5G are at the standalone phase. So basically, really, the first iteration of 5G was 4.5G. You can say it was a combination of 4G, 5G, or what's characterized as 5G non-standalone. So stay tuned. I mean, let's not really, pull the plug on 5G in terms of, it's gotten stale. So let's really put more eggs in the 6G basket, even though 5G itself was a commercial disappointment. Well, I think we'll see some breakthroughs that we haven't really seen yet. simply because most of the networks have not reached that standalone implementation phase, which can be called, pure 5G. So I'll get off the soapbox, a bit passionate about that, but I think this is important in terms of how we are looking at the market. We have to keep that, very detailed look at, what's going on with 5G itself and what is going to be realistic in terms of what to expect in 25. But also, yes, we have to be prepared for release 20 and certainly the 5G advanced capabilities. And with that, as we are heading into 2025, Tom, any thoughts about what is exciting to you about 2025 that might stand out?
Oh, there's a ton of things out there that are, kind of popping up top of my mind. Of course, we've got to see if the AI market continues to accelerate or if people start pulling back their spending as, kind of like with 5G, they struggle to find an application for it that really meets the investment requirement. I think we're going to start seeing a lot more companies kind of taking advantage of this bigger bandwidth that's out there, or maybe even start integrating 5G radios into more IoT devices and sensors so that they kind of have a survivable capability. I mean, we've even seen rumors that there could be a MacBook coming out in the next couple of years that has an integrated radio in it, which would be a huge driver for new adoption. Yeah, I get that having an AI algorithm running on your laptop is cool for summarizing your emails and being able to write better. But man, what if your laptop could get online no matter where you are? But that's just because I'm a hardware nerd, right? I'm cautiously optimistic that you said it. People are a little disappointed that 5G hasn't lived up to their lofty expectations. I don't think it's been a failure by any stretch of the imagination. I really do appreciate the fact that we've just had it rolled out as much as we have. I think it's just a matter of increasing its reliability, increasing its capabilities as it is today, so that when we get to that future where we kind of move from 5G to 5G advanced and eventually to 6G, hopefully by 2030, if the projections are right, that we are sufficiently wowed by the next generation. And who knows, it's probably going to be like, Mac OS or Windows, where the next version is going to be the last version, and we're just going to call it Mobile G now or whatever. I don't really know, but I'm glad that they're continuing to put the work in, because there's always going to be an application out there that needs a little bit more than we're providing today.
Yes, I think those are certainly going to be major factors. AI is going to be, a factor no matter what, as 5G unfolds in 25. And that's certainly on the network side using AI ML that is improving the energy efficiency specs, advancing automation across the network itself. But of course, there's the Gen AI side, using those chatbots, natural language processing to improve the experience with the operator, to improve the workforce ability to do field tech troubleshooting and improve coding and so forth. So all of this is going to, I think, make for a very interesting 25, and that 5G, I think, will actually have a slightly more positive view as the standalone implementations become more broadly implemented and so forth. And so with that, again, thank you, Tom, for joining 5G Factor. Always welcome your great insights and perspective. And with that, again, I thank everyone for coming on board and listening to us. Again, don't forget to bookmark us. It's the 5G Factor. We're on the Futurum Group website. And with that, everybody have a great 5G and 5G advanced day. Good day, all.
This special episode of the Gestalt IT Rundown wraps up 2024, and we'll be taking a few weeks off for the holidays. After today, we'll be back on January 8th for the next episode of the Rundown.
We're looking back on our reporting from some of the biggest enterprise IT stories of 2024 and telling you the trends that we will be discussing in 2025. We're reconsidering Broadcom's moves with VMware, the fall of Intel, HPE's acquisition of Juniper, that Fab Chips Act, the evolution of data protection companies into security powerhouses, power-hungry GPUs, Copilot PCs, lots of AI infrastructure, lots of hacks, and Snowflake, Salt Typhoon, and those big government actions that people are taking on against big tech. Beep, boop, meow. Let's make it happen on this episode of the Gestalt IT Rundown. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Gestalt IT Rundown, where each time we meet, we look back at the news with a variable degree of snarkiness. And this week, we are taking a look back at all of the stories from 2024. I am your host, Tom Hollingsworth, and joining me this week are my twin brothers and co-hosts, Mr. Stephen Foskett and Mr. Alistair Cook. And of course, you can tell who the most important twin is because I am the best looking on this National Twin Day. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you wrapping the year up with me on the rundown this week.
It is great to be here, Tom. You mentioned that it's Twin Day. It's also Bake Cookies Day and Flake Appreciation Day, which I hope refers to the Cadbury candy bar and not something that happens when your paint dries out.
I love those candy bars as well, but I can't find the ones that are chocolate-coated flakes at the moment. It's great to be here again and always here with all of my brothers. Let's rip on into the news.
It's been a year, right? It is hard to say which story from 2024 was the biggest or will have the most lasting impact on the future of enterprise IT technology. But I can safely say that Intel's position in the market will never be the same. We started the year on a high note with new product launches and Pat Gelsinger's execution of his strategy to leapfrog rivals in the manufacturing process. But by the second half of the year, the rumors were already starting to swirl that the plan wasn't going well according to plan. And that all came to a head on the 2nd of December when the company announced the surprise retirement of Pat Gelsinger and all of the associated fallout that came along with that. Stephen, talk us through what happened and how we ended up where we're at right now.
Well, it's been a long and complicated story, and I feel like we're only halfway there. I was actually going to make a Wicked joke or maybe a Dune joke in here, but we seem to have reached sort of a middle on this story. But where it turns out, well, we just don't know. So back at the beginning of the year, set your Wayback Machines to prior to December, when all of this seemed to be moving according to plan. Intel was essentially executing on Pat Gelsinger's strategy to deliver new products and new process nodes and to transform Intel into a company that was capable of manufacturing chips for third-party companies along with itself. Intel was doing some pretty radical things with their processors. They launched a new line of Xeon SP processors a year ago now called Emerald Rapids. They also introduced a new processor core. They introduced new desktop chips, new embedded chips, all sorts of stuff in the first half of the year as a way to take on their rivals. Now, there are many reasons or many things that impacted Intel's transition here. Now, one of the big stories that we talked about last year was the fact that China was going to be blocking the use of Intel and AMD chips. We covered that back in March here on the rundown. That has actually been another kind of an interesting side note here. If you remember, Intel was active in ARM and Itanium and other non-x86 chips for a while, but really got out of that and focused on this x86 market facing off against AMD. But China is really focusing in on RISC-V and trying to become independent for reasons that we're going to talk about later in the show. Now, another big story that happened earlier this year was Intel's decision to detail their foundry model and how they're going to approach this manufacturing capability they had. Specifically, already in April, there were rumors that perhaps there would be an IPO or a spinoff of the foundries. But I said, and I think Pat Gelsinger said as well, that Intel really needs to focus on having design and manufacturing under the same roof in order to be a world-beating company. That did not stop Intel, however, from using TSMC as a manufacturing partner for some of their GPUs and processor tiles, since the Intel manufacturing was not quite ready there. But the story moved on throughout the year. In June, we reported that Intel was going to be working on that their semiconductor plant in Israel might not go forward. But we speculated at the time that that was because they were going to be focusing on using the CHIPS Act funding to get their plant right here in Ohio up to speed. But things already started to take a turn in August. They announced mass layoffs. 15,000 workers got the call at that time, including some very excellent friends of ours who have decided to move on or were told to move on from the company. And Intel, it seemed, was struggling with the demands of Wall Street all year long. Now, Intel did debut more new products over the year. We saw, for example, Gaudi 3, which is an important AI chip for Intel in terms of the inferencing market, which actually has a pretty good future if they can execute on it. It looked really pretty good. We had actually already heard about Gaudi at AI Field Day with Intel earlier in the year. And I should mention also that Intel, they really did a great job at their Tech Field Day presentations. In fact, their AI Field Day videos are some of our most watched videos of the entire year, including having the #1 spot in 2024. Now, unfortunately, like I said, things weren't going entirely to plan. And in September, there were a lot more rumors beginning to fly that the troubles that Intel faced financially were coming to a head at the board level and in the Wall Street level, and that there were new proposals that Intel should split up, should break off business units and so on, whether that was the FPGA business or the foundry business again. We heard more about that. And then a crazy story happened at the end of September when a rumor came out that Qualcomm was thinking of buying Intel's processor business. Now, at the time, I think that we pretty much kind of poo-pooed this because it didn't seem like it was likely to happen. But now, kind of looking back, we speculate that maybe that story was either a leak, intentional or not, of the moves that were going on behind closed doors against Gelsinger. Another big story that came, a positive one in October, was that Intel and AMD were going to come together to work on the future of the x86 processor. Again, that looked positive at the time, but in retrospect, you might look at that and say maybe they saw what was happening. Finally, we reached December. Now, the day after Thanksgiving, a little noticed story was released that mentioned that the CHIPS Act cash that Intel was going to use was tied to Intel's ability to keep their manufacturing in-house and to deliver products for the US government. This, again, seemed like kind of a nothing story until Monday morning when we learned that Intel was retiring Pat Gelsinger. This is the bombshell. Essentially, Intel pushing Pat Gelsinger out of the company repudiates everything that we've said up to this point. Essentially, it looks like Wall Street and the board have finally decided that they're not going to follow Pat's strategy, that Pat is not the right man for the job, and they're going to go on and do something different. And that's why I say that we are essentially in the middle of a movie. This is a two-parter. Elphaba just flew out the window, and we don't exactly know what's going to happen next. So that's where we stand. We'll certainly be watching this Intel story as 2024 goes on.
Well, thanks for that, Stephen. Another huge story is the continued VMware by Broadcom saga, and it's going to continue to be one for a long time because the moves that Broadcom is making to keep VMware dominant in the compute market continue to be received with mixed reviews. Customers are pushing back. Partners are worried about the future of a company that seems to want to push them out on one day and then wants to hold them close the next. It's created a very tense atmosphere of companies that are exploring alternatives and questioning whether or not it's time to move to the cloud full time. Let's take a look back at the roller coaster that was VMware by Broadcom. Alistair, what have you got to say about this?
This saga has been going on for years. Since 2022, when Broadcom made an unsolicited offer to buy VMware. Like the last 2 years, 2024 brought plenty of VMware by Broadcom news. Our coverage of the 2024 edition of the saga began on January 3rd, as Broadcom shut down the VMware Partner Program, and then generously allowed ex-VMware partners to apply for the Broadcom Partner Program. Now, there was a period of uncertainty between those two announcements, and also there's a requirement in the Broadcom program for a minimum of $500,000 spend with Broadcom, and they kept some of the smaller VMware partners and service providers from being admitted into the Broadcom program. The next news was that Broadcom was taking the top 200 VMware customers away from those partners and dealing directly with them. We reported on this on January 10th. And noticed that any partner who had a deal underway with one of those 2,000 top customers, that deal got cancelled straight away. And that's really a problem for those partners who had invested time and effort into getting those deals going. The following week brought another piece of news, the news that Broadcom had cancelled all of the perpetual license sales for a whole swathe of VMware's products, including VMware's ESXi hypervisor. From then on, only subscription-based sales would be available. That same week, 17th of January, we also had news of Veeam adding support for Proxmox. Now, Veeam had been a partner for VMware for a very long time. Veeam's business started around VMware. So moving to support Proxmox tends to reflect, what we're going to see is, I think, a pretty consistent story here is that customers are evaluating whether VMware is still the right solution. They're looking at other possible solutions, and Proxmox was one of those possible solutions. Carbon Black, the proactive security product acquired by VMware in 2019, well, that was in for some sad news as well. Broadcom announced the end of sales for Carbon Black. We talked on February 28th about that Broadcom might probably have been trying to sell the product and had failed to find a buyer. And we were concerned that there might be some redundancies across the Carbon Black product team. It does seem that you can still buy Carbon Black products from Broadcom, so maybe there was a U-turn along the way about discontinuing those sales. That shift away from perpetual licensing came up again on April 17th. We saw that the European antitrust investigators were asking questions around the VMware licensing change. And coincidentally, Broadcom announced that perpetual licenses could still be sold to existing VMware customers if they weren't ready to move to this full-on subscription-based licensing. Be ready for more of these U-turns on other changes later. The 1st of May brought a new name to the VMware by Broadcom saga. The end-user compute business was renamed to Omnissa, as it was spun off to KKR, a leading global investment firm. Personally, I shed a small tear for all my past students from when I taught VMware Horizon View training courses. I hope Omnissa is going well, and I hope that those VMware Horizon deployments are getting the support that they need. May 15 brought a different kind of surprise. VMware Workstation Pro and Fusion Pro became free for personal use. Great news for students and hobbyists wanting to run some virtual machines on their laptops or PCs. Although, of course, there are plenty of other no-cost, no-support options for running virtual machines. A little later, VMware by Broadcom announced that Fusion and Workstation are now free for all users. Am I too cynical if this might be a precursor to VMware by Broadcom cancelling this free product? I hope Broadcom's not so cynical. The June 12th brought back another more restrictive licensing change. Broadcom announced that on-demand licensing for the VMware Cloud on AWS was going away, and that only subscription licensing would be available. Now, the on-demand licensing provided a cloud-like ability to increase and decrease VMware footprint for these customers in their VMware on AWS cloud. Customers paid only for the VMware hosts that they needed when they needed them. With only the longer-term subscription licenses available on VMware on AWS, there's less elasticity in VMware Cloud on AWS, at least from the licensing perspective, and it becomes much more like on-premises clusters that are inelastic in many ways. Now, Broadcom had always said that VMware had too many licensing options, too many stop codes, too many programs. On June 26th, we looked at a big simplification that Broadcom announced around the VMware licensing. We got two core products, VMware Cloud Foundation and VMware vSphere Foundation. VCF for large enterprise organizations and VVF for smaller enterprise organizations. The message that Broadcom cares about the biggest 2,000 VMware customers is very clear. These are the customers that like VMware Cloud Foundation. VMware Explore went ahead. That didn't change under Broadcom. And VMware announced VCF version 9 as the private cloud for everyone, or at least everyone at a large enough organization to be able to afford and to get benefits from the VMware Cloud Foundation product. We looked at a bunch of the changes that were in VMware Cloud Foundation in the rundown on August 28th. And 2024 was the first year since 2010 that I haven't attended VMware Explore. I miss seeing my friends in the VMware community, and I hope that I'll be able to see you at other events along the way, particularly Tech Field Day events. The forced move to subscription-based licensing also caused a bit of a kerfuffle with AT&T. As we reported in September 11th, AT&T had a contract that allowed them to renew just support for the VMware perpetual licenses they already had. So they had an option to continue to renew that support. Broadcom wanted them to transition to full subscription-based licensing, and naturally at a higher cost than just support, and AT&T took them to court. It seems that the two companies worked out their differences in private after the presiding judge told them to just talk to each other like some grown-ups. Along the same line, there have been a lot of stories about massive hikes in VMware licensing cost. On December 4th, we reported on a huge 1,000% increase in the VMware licensing cost at Beeks Group in the United Kingdom. Beeks Group chose not to use VMware and to migrate their 20,000 virtual machines to OpenNebula as their new private cloud platform. That's a pretty significant size of migration. That's a large customer that could have been a loyal VMware Cloud Foundation customer if they hadn't seen that 10 times increase in their licensing cost. Earlier this year, I talked to a university here in New Zealand, in fact, the one I graduated from. And they chose not to take what reportedly was a 400% VMware license increase. And they replaced their relatively modest estate with Nutanix. Now, both the university still has a minimal VMware presence because there are some of the vendors that supply the university that only support their products on one hypervisor. And I suspect the same is true for Beeks because the description was that the majority of their 20,000 virtual machines had been moved to OpenNebula, not 100%. Now, do you remember I mentioned U-turns a couple of times? Well, on December 11th, we reported that Broadcom had changed its mind about taking those top 2,000 VMware customers direct. The change was that only the first 500, the largest 500 customers, were going to be direct customers that Broadcom was going to own directly. The other 1,500 of those 2,000, they could actually transact their business through a partner rather than having to work directly with Broadcom. We suggested that maybe that this was around trying to stem the tide of customers migrating away from VMware for their virtualization platforms. And I do wonder whether VMware's customers are more demanding, expect a higher level of service than Broadcom's average customers, and maybe Broadcom was trying to pass that higher demand across onto their partners. Either way, Broadcom partners will be celebrating the fact that they've got access to a whole lot of business that, well, they had before it was taken away from them. But those same partners will be wondering whether there might be another U-turn and whether that business might be taken away from them again. I think we can expect to see more of this story as we move into 2025. Will Broadcom make massive changes? Will Hock Tan get what he was looking for when he added VMware to the company? The biggest news in the networking industry comes from HPE's announcement that they're buying Juniper in a blockbuster deal to take on the biggest players out there. HPE is gearing up to be an integral part of the new generation of enterprise IT, focused on delivering the products and services that are necessary for the new advancements like AI and hybrid cloud. The first step in this new journey is buying the backbone of the network that cloud providers, service providers, and end users are using on campus. Tom, networking seems to be core to all of the things that are happening in enterprise IT. What's going on here with HPE and Juniper?
It was really shocking to me that essentially one of the largest networking companies out there, I mean, number 2, if you want to call it by ports shipped, was looking to buy number 3, depending on what you wanted to call it, because I'm sure they'll tell you they're number 2 in some manner or another, back in January. And immediately the wheels started turning, right? Because we've seen HPE do this before when they purchased Aruba Networks and basically made Aruba Networks their networking division. I mean, for a long time, it was Aruba, a Hewlett-Packard Enterprise company, and then it was HPE Aruba Networking. And then with the news that Rami Rahim would be taking over as the head of the HPE networking division, and I'm assuming there was a rebrand incoming, it was, big news. Not just that, but the fact that this came out in January, everyone started saying, oh, do they want all of the AI operations functionality that comes with a tool like Marvis? And a lot of people started shaking their heads going, yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. Because while you could easily say that either of them was number 2 in their own unique market, whether it was, port shipped or access point shipped or what have you, there was a real easy dividing line. They weren't number 1. We all know who number 1 is, and they want to take on number 1. So why not combine forces? After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And if I buy you, you're no longer my enemy. But that's kind of when the wheels started falling off, because what do you think was the first thing that happened after all of this was announced in January? I'll give you a hint. It took about a month and a half before the first lawsuit was filed by the shareholders who said, well, you didn't do your due diligence and you didn't value the company properly and you didn't do this and you didn't do that. And at the time, it sounded like a whole lot of sour grapes, right? There's always going to be investors that are mad that they didn't get their money and they didn't get enough money. And who cares if it's not going to pass regulatory scrutiny because you overvalued the company? I want to get paid. And that's kind of where it felt like it was in limbo for a while, right? Like we didn't even hear anything else about this story for 5 more months. Like we just all went along assuming, like pretty much every acquisition, oh, this is a done deal. We're going to hear this closing in a couple of quarters. There was obviously excitement about it at the big HPE Discover show. I mean, not as much excitement as seeing Jensen Huang on stage in a leather jacket or hearing about some of the other advances. But I think that was actually by design because, of course, thank you, Wall Street. We can't talk about this stuff when it's in process. Well, I mean, Stephen and I can, but the companies involved can't really say anything. And so we get to August and the European Union says, oh, it's good. We're going to go ahead and we're going to approve this, which I thought was really interesting because we assume anymore that most of these organizations, kind of rubber stamp these approvals, right? As long as there's no glaring issues. I'm talking about you, ARM. There's no like problem, right? But I think a lot of people kind of on that lawsuit side of the house from earlier in the year were hoping that maybe the EU is going to put the brakes on it and say, well, obviously you didn't take a look at this, or there's some other issues that you need to be worried about. So when the rubber stamp came down, everyone's like, oh, well, the EU is probably the one who's going to be the most rigorous on this. So we might as well just assume that it's done. Yeah, guess who else got a turkey for Thanksgiving that wasn't your family? It was the HPE Juniper merger, because the DOJ kind of announced quietly the day before Thanksgiving, we're going to take a closer look at this because we've got some concerns. And what happened? Well, now we're in a bit of a weird spot because we've seen the DOJ filing lawsuits to halt other big mergers, airline mergers, grocery store mergers, and there's a real possibility that there could be a lawsuit filed to stop this merger. Of course, as we're recording this, that lawsuit hasn't been filed yet, but there's also a change of administration in the US federal government that's coming in, and a very different DOJ that will be impaneled by the end of January 2025. So the question is, does the DOJ halt this merger now, and does it get stamped by the incoming administration, or will it be the other way around? Will the DOJ kind of say, well, I guess we've got enough to let this go through, and then the new DOJ coming in after January the 20th says, no, we need to take a look at this. What it's doing, honestly, is it's causing a lot of problems for customers. Do I buy HPE Aruba networking access points right now with the possibility that they may not be around in 6 months when this merger goes through? For customers of Juniper Mist, do I buy this knowing that I'm going to have to put an HPE networking sticker on it by summertime? It's created a lot of uncertainty. And if there's one thing customers really don't like, it's uncertainty. So I don't think the deal is going to fall apart absent of any crazy DOJ shenanigans. But I also don't know that the customers are going to be willing to stick with a company that obviously can't get its stuff together. So I don't know. We'll have to see. You may recall that in 2022, the United States passed the CHIPS Act, which was aimed at securing America's access to advanced semiconductors. There was a lot of money that was allocated to build fabrication facilities here in the United States, and that amount of money really tilted the market. Every company was asking for cash to support operations here in country. It's probably too soon to say whether or not these subsidies are really going to work out. And there's also a change of administration coming up in 2025 that could impact the way that this money is being sent out to these companies. But I think it's safe to say that there's more fabrication facilities that are being built here in the United States than there ever have been. Companies like Intel, TSMC, Samsung, Micron, and many others are expanding. But who's going to build these facilities? Who's going to work in them? And once they're completed, what kind of chips are they going to make? We're definitely going to be watching in 2025 as construction finishes up and these fabrication facilities start to come online. But Stephen, walk us through why there was such a big race to get as much money as possible out of the CHIPS Act.
Well, who doesn't want free money? That's the truth for all of these companies. I think I'll start actually by talking about the fact that the Chips and Science Act, which is the big guy, is almost actually over $200 billion. But if we just look at the chips portion, the part that underscores the semiconductor industry, that guy is about $52 billion, which includes about $39 billion in subsidies and the rest to support research, training, and so on. Now, it wasn't clear exactly where that money would come from, when it would come online, who would get what, etc. But over the course of the year, it was very much clarified, as well as the impact of this money. Now, that is a lot of money. And it's enough, as we said, to tilt the entire industry, the entire semiconductor manufacturing industry toward the United States. Other countries have their own CHIPS subsidies acts, but they have not been as successful. As we mentioned, Intel seems to be slow rolling their Israel rollout. There was a semi-fab in Germany that was rolled back a little bit or delayed. But here in the US, things are moving forward fairly quickly. Now, we did start by hearing that TSMC was going to delay a second fab in Arizona because they were lacking enough funding, but also because they were concerned about staffing. And that is a story, I think, that is not getting enough press. These factories are fairly automated, but they don't run themselves. And in addition to building the buildings and filling it up with equipment, you also need people to come in and run all that. And we'll see ultimately if that does happen. Now, Intel's portion of the CHIPS Act was the first part to be clarified back in March. Intel's whole package was about $19.5 billion. Unfortunately, as we learned the day before Thanksgiving, as I mentioned earlier, about $7 billion of that is tied to Intel actually being the company that's going to be owning and operating those fabs. So that does throw a spanner in the works of what Wall Street might want to do in terms of spinoffs and so on. It doesn't mean that they won't be able to IPO this stuff or sell minority stake or something, but ultimately Intel needs to be the one that's actually building and running those fabs if they are going to get the entire package. Now, over the year, we learned that, kind of who would get other amounts of money. TSMC, for example, was able to get $6.6 billion to fund their expansions in Arizona. Micron got $6 billion as well. Other companies were also subsidized by this, and ultimately the entire package was pretty much clarified by the end of the year. Another interesting aspect was the clarification that we got in July that the government is going to be working on helping to build skilled workforces to fill these facilities with workers once they're actually up and running. This is a major problem. There are not enough people in the US with the kind of skills that are needed to run and maintain and operate these factories. And no matter how much wishful thinking and no matter how much subsidies they get to build these buildings, if there aren't workers, there's not going to be anything that's going to happen there. So we are going to see at least some support for that. Now, at the same time, the reason for the U.S. Investing so much money in the CHIPS Act became remarkably clear as the trade wars between China and the U.S. continued to grow. As we talked about earlier, China decided that Intel and AMD chips weren't suitable for use in domestic computers. And they also started lobbying accusations that perhaps there was problems with American memory chips that impacted Micron back a little while ago, as well as throwing around suggestions that maybe they would restrict access to materials, metals and raw minerals and things like that. We also saw escalation of the U.S. restricting access from Chinese companies to advanced processors, GPUs, and things like that. And all of this shows what's happening in the industry. And again, why Intel is going to be so pivotal to this story. Because at the end of the day, Intel got more money from the CHIPS Act than anyone. Intel is trying to leapfrog TSMC in the manufacturing race. TSMC and Samsung and Micron and many others are also involved. But ultimately, it comes down to Intel, whether they're able to roll out their 18A process and whether they're able to get customers and actually build these chips in the US. And another thing that I'll bring up too about the CHIPS Act that I think deserves mention is that we are not entirely sure what's going to happen next. So it's all well and good to actually manufacture chips in the US, but what about packaging those chips? What about processing them? Does that require them to be shipped overseas? Again, well, right now the answer is kind of yes. We'll see long term what this means, whether all of the associated industries are going to be here so that the US will actually be able to build entire semiconductors, entire systems on chip here in the US. That's not entirely clear either. So it's a lot of money. It's a lot of investment, and we'll see what happens. Plus, as we mentioned, the next administration is going to come in. They're going to take a look at this. Now, the horse is already out of the barn on a lot of this funding. There's not a lot that they're going to be able to claw back. I should also mention that a lot of this money goes to support jobs in what they call red states, basically the states that voted for Trump. So despite the fact that there have been rumors that the new administration is opposed to the CHIPS Act funding and that they want to undercut it somehow, they probably won't, simply because politics says it's not good business for them. Tom, the market for backup and recovery continues to transform into data protection to emphasize the security aspects of these platforms. We've seen this at event after event and presentation after presentation. It now means that these companies are making big moves to turn the corner and to become more critical security-focused components of enterprise IT. Consolidation is also a big theme in this market, with there being several blockbuster acquisitions, as well as a big IPO and some new advances designed to focus on how these companies will work in security with data, regulations, and so on. Tell us a little bit more about the transformation of data protection into security.
I think it's fascinating because when you think about it, backup and recovery, it's just, okay, data got lost or destroyed, and we just need to bring it back, right? Well, I used to do this for a living many, many moons ago. I'll tell you how long ago it was. Tape was the primary way that we back things up. That's actually not a spoiler. Like, we still back things up on tape, but like, it was deleted files, right? And the other day I had to help somebody find a deleted file in Google Drive, and it was just as easy as going into the trash can and undeleting it. Now, the majority of destruction of data actually comes from security incidents, right? Crypto lockers and files that have been deleted or removed or what have you. And so backup companies have had to start getting really creative with the way that they do this. And I'm thrilled, right? Because now, like, I have a reason to want to use a platform to do this, because when you notice that things are starting to get encrypted and you didn't do it, you need to figure out how to restore that data, because the rule, and I hope that people out there are listening, the rule is you don't pay, because it's like responding to a spam email. As soon as you do, you've provided yourself as a bigger target, right? So the big acquisition, I think, that kind of colored this whole thing happened back in February. Cohesity announced that they were going to be buying Veritas's Net Backup and Alta Solutions. And that was like, you feel those little earthquakes sometimes in the industry. Obviously, the stories that we've covered so far have been very, very big, because the dollar amounts attached to them have been very, very big. And for everybody else, is like, oh, well, there's no big thing that happens in my industry. This was, right? Cohesity is basically staking their claim. We are going to be the company when it comes to data protection. And that kind of kicked off a bunch of other things, because that market is very close to each other, right? I think the biggest thing was that Rubrik said that they were going to be filing an IPO in April, and they did. They went public, and it created a lot of resources that were out there, right? And then you look at the moves that Commvault made. I mean, it was like a week after the IPO announcement from Rubrik, and they said that they were going to be buying Appranix. And then they went and bought Clumio in September. So that was two other big acquisitions. And one could argue acquisitions don't go quickly, right? Like, there has to be discussions and things going on. But the fact that all of these discussions happened in a calendar year tells me that these things were kind of planned out. Like, people saw that they needed to take that big step up in order to be a bigger part of the security community. Back in August, we saw that Veeam actually had overtaken Veritas as the leader by market share. Veeam is a company that we have talked about a lot in the data protection space, but Veeam has always kind of felt like a backup company, right? They have been more closely aligned with companies like VMware. That's not to say that they were super aligned with it, because we found out after all the things going on with VMware by Broadcom, they were looking at adding Proxmox support. So that kind of even more closely tied them to the virtualization and server market. And then they went and bought Alcyon in September. And so you're starting to see those shifts again, right? We need to have more of a security presence. We need to be more focused on the data protection. And so then Cisco sold off their stake in Rubrik in October. Any other time, that might be an alarm bell that's getting raised, right? Like, oh, wow, big investors decided that they don't want anything to do with this company anymore. I don't think that's the case here. I think what happened is Cisco looked at the mountain of money that Rubrik made on their IPO and said, we could go buy a new car. Like, that would be awesome. Well, whatever the enterprise equivalent of that is. But then Commvault Shift happened. And Stephen, you were there in London for Commvault Shift. So jealous, by the way. You got to go eat such amazing British food and enjoy wonderful British weather. But you also got to hear about things like Cloud Rewind and cyber resilience. And I was there doing some of the live blogging of the show as the news was coming out. And you could tell just the atmosphere was palpable. Commvault isn't a backup company. They are a data protection company. We are securing the data in the cloud. We are making sure that it doesn't get stolen or misused. And if it does get destroyed, it can be quickly recovered. Like the dwell time between detection of an event and restoration of that invalidates any kind of business proposal.
right? It's going to the point where the attackers have to be so subtle about what they're doing as to effectively be invisible, but that lengthens their timelines, which also means it raises their opportunities to be discovered and ejected. And then back in November, just a month after Commvault Shift, they announced Backtrack, which is another piece of that portfolio. So when you look at the way that these companies are starting to position themselves, and let's be fair, over last year, I kind of had a tiff with Mr. Backup, Curtis Preston, about how I thought that the backup and recovery people really should be part of the security team. And of course, Mr. Backup came rolling in and said, no, that's not what we're going to do. And then look at where we're at in 2024. You've got data protection is an integral part of what security is. They're working more closely together than they ever have in their whole life. And I'm here for it because it means that we're starting to have a unified view of the way that data needs to be saved. It needs to be protected. It needs to be hidden from attackers who can use it for nefarious purposes. So bravo to the industry for waking up and recognizing that. Yeah, consolidation always kind of makes people wonder what's going on. But I'll say this, coming from someone who has a background in security, I would rather work with a bunch of larger companies that have an integrated story than work with a bunch of small tool vendors who aren't quite sure what they want to put out yet.
The voracious appetite for AI chips has entered pop culture, becoming just as much a criticism of the technology as the hallucinations and job losses. Major IT companies have scaled back their carbon neutral promises and are looking at nuclear energy as an option. Yet nothing has stopped them from building ever larger AI clusters in the race to dominate this new space. How will we feed this massive AI beast?
Not sure how we're going to feed it, but it seems that the AI beast, at least in the US, is going to live in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana. Maybe a little bit of Kentucky or Tennessee. Now, it's really strange that the focus of AI has gotten to the point now where it's in popular culture that AI is destroying the rainforests and boiling the oceans and turning us into a hellscape, rather than AI itself blocking out the sun and turning us into a hellscape. So we'll see which hellscape we get. One thing's for sure, there was a lot of talk about nuclear energy this year. We talked about this multiple times here on the Rundown, as well as on the Techstrong Gang all year long. And another focus of our discussion all year long was the fact that this incredible AI build out by the biggest companies in the industry, you've got Microsoft and Meta and Google, XAI, whatever that is. All of these companies are building out incredibly rapidly and consuming incredible amounts of resources. We've heard that they've already exceeded the amount of energy that they can put into a single data center, and they've had to start thinking about splitting these loads across multiple data centers. We've also seen some absolutely incredible stories about building AI data centers right next to nuclear plants as a way to try to feed the appetite of the chips. Not all of those are happening. We discussed earlier this year that there was a big proposal for Amazon to build an AI data center right next to the Susquehanna nuclear plant out near Pittsburgh, I believe. That one actually did get scuttled over safety concerns. But the plan for, I believe, Microsoft to restart the 3 Mile Island nuclear reactor and build data centers there seems absolutely to be moving forward. There was also a lot of rumors, and again, this is one of those things that entered pop culture to the point that the presidential candidate Trump mentioned it during a pre-election interview. There was a lot of rumors that small modular nuclear reactors were going to be powering these AI data centers. Well, I hate to put the kibosh on something that Trump said, but I'm going to do it. The problem with small modular nuclear reactors is that they don't exist. I don't mean that they're not small and modular. I mean that they just don't exist. There's no such thing as the technology. They exist about as much as practical quantum computing exists, in that there's been some experiments and demonstrations, but no practical use case. and no sign that this is really going to impact us in any kind of positive way. So you can set that one aside. But the idea that nuclear power might power AI is actually, I think, still going strong. We're going to be keeping an eye on it in 2025. We'll see if the 3 Mile Island, the Constellation Energy plant actually does get rebuilt and restarted. We'll also see if other nuclear plants start coming online to power the appetite for AI. In the short term, though, unfortunately, we're using a lot of non-renewable fossil fuels to power AI. Longer term, well, I still think that solar has a huge possibility here. I know it sounds a little bit wild to think about solar panels powering AI chips because the sun only shines part of the day, but solar panels have gotten so incredibly cheap in the 2020s that it's becoming feasible that we might be able to combine solar and batteries and beat the cost of fossil fuels even, let alone nuclear. And in that case, well, maybe we'll have a solar-powered future after all. Microsoft embraced AI in 2024 in other ways. It seems, though, that their whole concept of the AI PC might be amiss. They worked with OpenAI to continue to expand the capabilities of ChatGPT, but their implementation of AI on their own hardware seems to kind of have fallen flat. The elephant in the room came courtesy of Copilot Recall. Tom, let us recall what Copilot is and why it's such a dog.
Well, I think the elephant in the room is an apt metaphor because of that whole memory thing, but hold that thought. The first big win was back in March because we found out that Mustafa Suleyman was leaving DeepMind and he was going over to Microsoft to basically run Copilot, right? That's what Microsoft needed. They needed someone with AI expertise to come over and basically take that over. And he wasn't the only one either. You know how it is when one of the executives goes, most of the rest of them go with it. And so everyone kind of looked around like, good. Somebody with drive and direction to help Satya Nadella figure out what's going on. And then back in May, we got the first look at these Copilot PCs. And what were we hearing about? We were hearing about the fact that they ran Qualcomm NPUs and they had all of this intelligence that was going to be, groundbreaking, right? And we've been hearing that all year. Every desktop, laptop, consumer-focused system manufacturer was telling us how they're going to be adding all these functions for, automatic mail categorization and art generation and writing help, and nobody cared. You know what they focused on? Copilot Recall. For those of you who don't remember, maybe your memory isn't as good and you didn't recall what they did. It was basically a system that would take screenshots of what your PC was doing and save them to at the time we didn't know it, but it was an encrypted section of your hard drive. And basically, if you ever forgot what you were working on, you could ask Recall, and Recall would show you what you were doing so you could remember it. Now, for my grandmother, not a bad idea, right? Like, I don't know, you're in the middle of writing something and the power goes out and then Recall is like, hey, here's what I remember. So it's kind of like advanced autosave. Yeah, you know that there are problems with autosave, right? Like autosaving different versions of documents and then hackers can get in, or not even hackers, let's just say security researchers can get in and pull out what the original text was when autosave did it. Yeah, guess who went completely crazy for this Recall thing? Security researchers. Oh, and me too. Like, I remember reading this story back in May going, what the hell are you doing, Microsoft? Don't do this to me. Like, I don't want you to record the things on my PC. And not only that, there was no clear way to turn off Recall. Like, I get it. If I wanted to use the image generation stuff, or I wanted to have Microsoft Edge help me kind of tweak the intro to the story, for example, I'm fine with that. I don't want you taking pictures of everything I do on my PC because somebody will get in there. If a backdoor exists, it will be used. And so it took, less than a month. It took 3 weeks for Microsoft to pull Recall from early previews and say, you know what? We're not going to deal with it. We are going to push it away. And then we hear a little bit more about this. We hear about whether or not AI is going to be a huge driver for this refresh cycle. Futurum Group's own Daniel Newman even talked about how AI was going to be the thing that drives this super consumption cycle for new devices. Because let's be honest, a lot of people have gotten to that point where their systems at home are fast enough for most everything. And so we're just going to push it another year. It's almost like an automobile, right? If the car is doing its job, I'm not going to buy a new one every year or every 2 years or every 5 years just because I want a new car. And so they were hoping that some of these new AI features were going to push that, because obviously you need an NPU to run them, right? So Microsoft comes back in October and they're like, okay, we fixed it this time. Recall is going to work better. It's going to be virtualization based. It's going to be fully encrypted and all this stuff. And wait, you know how the story ends, right? A month later, they pull Recall again because it turns out that they didn't quite have it fixed. And do you want to know the cherry on top of this whole story that we didn't even cover on the rundown? Microsoft announced that Copilot features that required that Qualcomm MPU are now going to be available for Intel and AMD chips. That's right. The hardware requirement of these new Copilot Plus PCs that was going to drive this cycle is now available in preview as a software function for existing technologies. Maybe you can't run it on a 10-year-old chip, but you can run it on a 2-year-old chip. And remember, this is the same company that is still facing backlash for Windows 11 requiring a trusted platform module that is halting people from being able to upgrade, even though the system is pushing the software that you have to upgrade to Windows 11 if you want to be in security support. You're tying it to a piece of hardware. And Microsoft said they were not going to give in on the TPM stuff. But when it comes to AI, which is one of the huge money makers, because they're even finding ways to bundle it into Microsoft subscriptions, well, we'll let you run it on your existing stuff if it just means you'll pay us a little bit more to consume it, because we really need to be on top of this AI wave. And hey, I'll be completely fair about this. Microsoft screwed up with Copilot Recall, but they're still light years ahead of the other companies, because I think it's pretty safe to say at this point that the other major desktop manufacturer, Apple, has had a pretty troubled rollout of Apple Intelligence so far. So the back and forth about one feature of the Copilot stuff, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's a huge deal, but we're going to continue to be tracking this, because maybe by December 2025, Copilot Recall will finally have been released for real this time. As you can tell by the previous story, AI, it really is one of the hottest topics in tech for 2024. And enterprise IT companies are really starting to focus on it. Storage and networking companies are retooling products and plans to capitalize on AI training markets. They've been announcing new offerings all year to keep GPUs fed. And the chip makers definitely aren't slowing down. You know the names: NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, Qualcomm. Seemed like every week there was some new AI-focused processor that was being released. And AI infrastructure even became a new tech field day topic area led by our very own Stephen Foskett. So with that in mind, let's take a closer look at all the things AI.
Let's not take a look at all the things AI, because we got all these AI stories in here. But let's talk about AI infrastructure. So certainly there's been a lot of excitement around this among IT infrastructure companies. And why not? This is where the money is. And they are very, very frank about that. So we have seen every company. So networking companies, we've seen presentations at Tech Field Day events from companies like Arista and Cisco and Juniper and many others, and Fabrica, talking about how they're going to interconnect AI systems ever faster. Tom, you spent a lot of time talking about Ultra Ethernet and the options for interconnecting from different networking technologies, whether it's things like NVLink or Ultra Ethernet or InfiniBand. We've also, of course, talked quite a lot about the underlying storage and data management that is required for AI applications. Now, this has been a major driver of the success for some of the companies in the space. Vast Data, for example, has been a big winner in the AI training market. They have a huge share there with some very big customers. They've also rolled out some incredible new features all year long on their systems. Another company that's seen some really solid success is Weka. They have a scale-out storage platform that has been taken up by a lot of these AI companies. Hammerspace came and talked to us about how their system is being used. We've also seen many other companies in the space: NetApp, Pure Storage, HPE, Dell. One of the bigger ones later in the year was actually our friends over at MinIO. They introduced their next generation product, and it's actually called AI Store because it is designed around the requirements of AI applications. Another thing that companies like MinIO and Vast and some of these others are doing is they're also integrating other AI features, data management, vector databases, the ability to support more than just raw storage. And of course, that's what we've heard from companies like Click and companies in the data space as well. There's a lot of action going on supporting the infrastructure of AI. I'm very excited to say that AI infrastructure is going to be a topic of Tech Field Day that I'm going to be running. I expect to hear a lot from these companies at that event. Now, moving up the stack, though, 2024 saw the release of the next generation NVIDIA chip, Blackwell. This is a major, major theme in the industry. Now, Blackwell was shown way back in March. They named it for American mathematician David Blackwell, and it is absolutely a monster. So far, we're actually hearing that Blackwell, despite rumors throughout the year that it was delayed or there was some problem with it, Blackwell's really coming on now strong at the end of the year. We're seeing a lot more deployment of this technology. And of course, surprise, surprise, it's a lot bigger, better, faster, stronger, and hungrier than the previous systems. And it works really well. So NVIDIA's continuing to dominate there. But how much will they dominate? Well, they acquired Run AI, which gets them into a little bit more of the software and developer side of things. But AMD has really followed their lead. So we saw AMD, for example, acquiring Silo AI earlier in July. They also bought a company called ZT Systems in August. These were part of AMD's effort to really challenge the strengths that NVIDIA has in this market. They're improving their software interfaces. They're improving their acceptability by developers. And in the case of ZT, they're improving their ability to deliver OEM systems to the biggest hyperscalers. And AMD, of course, also has their own GPU line that they've revved this year. And we're hearing very, very good things about AMD's GPUs. Now, all of this kind of culminated near the end of the year when we learned that AMD is actually ahead of NVIDIA in terms of the new systems on the top 500 supercomputer list that was announced in November at the supercomputing show. That, I think, shows that AMD is really in a strong position to challenge NVIDIA for enterprise AI dominance. But of course, there's other companies here as well. We talked about these Copilot PCs with Qualcomm. Well, Qualcomm has an extremely strong mobile AI platform for inferencing, and that could see much, much more uptake. We've also heard so many stories about Marvell out there helping companies develop and deploy custom AI chips. We've seen custom AI chips from most of the major hyperscalers getting rapid deployment. Google made news about that recently, as did AWS. We've also, of course, seen the incredible rollout of Apple's M series and next generation iPhones, which support a lot of AI power on board. And this all gives me hope that, frankly, all of the demands of these AI systems, it sounds pretty terrible, as we talked about in our story about power consumption. It sounds like AI really is going to eat the earth. But I think we're turning the corner here on AI to the point that instead of building ever bigger systems, and of course we are getting ever bigger systems. I mentioned, the XAI, the biggest supercomputer for AI in the world. Instead of focusing so much on that, we're now starting to say, what are we using this tech for? Where is it running? How is it possible? I mean, we're running basically the equivalent of ChatGPT and Stable Diffusion and things on our iPhones now, which, gives me hope that maybe we're also going to figure out how to make this AI technology something that will be supportable and sustainable. And all of these companies are part of that story. Tom, there are 3 big data breach stories that we want to cover here. The first involves Christmas and summertime, or more appropriately, snow fallout from Snowflake. The database hack had far-reaching implications for a number of infrastructure players and services. Taylor Swift fans were in the same boat as storage admins, even though the phone company in the world seemed to melt down around them. We also heard about security breaches of CrowdStrike. Of course, that made national news and stranded people at the airport. And here at the end of the year, we're being attacked by some kind of monster called Salt Typhoon. Give me a little bit more background on these stories.
So there's a key theme that runs between all of these stories, and it's control. Because in some cases we were out of control, and in others we might have had a little bit too much. So let's start in June, right? We've got this first notification that Ticketmaster's database had been hacked. Okay, not a big deal, right? Like, these kinds of things happen all the time. I will say, though, that this is one of the first times that we actually saw that the new SEC reporting rules came into effect, where companies are required to notify everyone that they had been hacked within a certain amount of time. And of course, as we see a lot in these kinds of situations, they were very clear to point out that it wasn't their infrastructure that got hacked. It was a third-party database. Well, when you read between the lines and you do the math to figure out what third-party database they were using, Snowflake was the answer that kept coming up. And then it turned out that the reason why they were able to get hacked is because someone used a Snowflake employee's credentials to get into the database. That's bad. And then a week later, we start seeing more companies that are starting to get this problem. Quote Wizard was a company that was impacted by it. And there was a common theme that started coming up, was that the companies that were being breached did not have multi-factor authentication enabled. Let me just say this one more time in 2024. If you do not have multi-factor authentication enabled in your account, stop what you're doing and go do it now. Just pause this video, go enable it, and then come back. Good, I'm proud of you. So then we find out a week after that Pure Storage is starting to have these problems too. And the common denominator was, again, Snowflake. So what do you think would happen around all of this, right? Well, if I was a company, and I believe that I actually said this on the call when we had this discussion on the rundown, force MFA. Go in and check the box that says user must enable MFA at next login, right? Well, at first, Snowflake said they couldn't do that it was up to the companies that should force this, because we're just a provider and we can't do that. And I think something happened, like there was a little checkbox that got clicked in the legal department over at Snowflake when they said, actually, no, we can be sued for this if people are getting hacked, because it took about a month for Snowflake to come out and go, hey, guess what? We're going to put a checkbox in the system that can force MFA logins for everybody on their next login. Turns out we can do that when legal liability is attached. And honestly, the whole Snowflake hacking thing probably would have been one of the biggest stories of the year when it comes to outages and data issues if right after that Pure Storage announcement, we hadn't gotten the second issue with control and outages and security. And that comes courtesy of CrowdStrike. I mean, we turned it into a verb, for heaven's sakes. You weren't kidding, Stephen. People woke up on the morning of June 26th and everything seemed to be going haywire. Services were offline. If you went to the store, there was a good possibility you couldn't even pay for your stuff. People were stranded at the airport. It's almost like everything went on strike. And it all came about because of a malformed update to CrowdStrike's kernel scanning software that got pushed out in the wee hours of the morning. For people working in the UK, they saw it happen live during the workday and were like, oh crap, this is a problem. Machines were blue screening, systems were getting knocked offline. And when they rebooted, they were halted because you couldn't get into the device. And this is where some of the control that we've instituted to make our things safer actually came back to bite us.
BitLocker was a technology developed by Microsoft that encrypts disks that allows you to basically make sure that nobody can steal the drive out of your PC and scan and steal files, right? Yeah, well, when the system is locked out, booting into safe mode is impossible without a BitLocker unlock key, because the disk is encrypted at boot time. And so there were people that were having to log in and get these keys out of Active Directory so they could boot the machines to remove the file that caused the problem. Because of course, CrowdStrike immediately figured out that something had gone wrong and pushed a patch. And that was great for anybody who hadn't booted their computer by 10 or 11 a.m. It started up, it got the update, and everything ran fine. It was getting those other systems recovered. And I actually have a couple of friends here that were working on it, and they eventually got to the point where they threw their hands up in the air and said, we're just re-imaging everything. Like we're not even going to try to fix these machines, which I guess if you're an enterprise IT knowledge worker, that's not a problem. But this is, primarily this was affecting people who were running CrowdStrike. And it got ugly because then, of course, CrowdStrike tried to blame Microsoft because of their permissions model. Microsoft tried to say that, CrowdStrike shouldn't have had those permissions, even though that's the only way for CrowdStrike to be able to do the things that it does. Delta Airlines got so mad at CrowdStrike, they sued them about lost revenue and loss of prestige and all this other stuff. And I mean, as far as I know, that lawsuit's still ongoing. And now there's a lot of tit for tat back and forth. Delta didn't call CrowdStrike fast enough to fix it. Delta's policies weren't in accordance with what CrowdStrike said. That is going to be one of those ones that just never seems to end. But the key here is, first of all, nobody got hacked. This was absolutely a bad update. But second of all, it has forced Microsoft to re-examine how they look at their permissions models for things that interact with the kernel and how security works. And I think that it's actually going to have lasting impacts for Microsoft, because let's be fair, Microsoft hasn't had a really good security year anyway. Ask Satya Nadella, because his paycheck's going to be a little bit lighter for the next year because of all their security issues. And so we get through the summertime and everything is fine. And everyone's like, you know what? We fixed all of this. Let's just hope that nothing happens. Yeah, that took like 2 months. And then we got into October and we had the first inkling that there was something really weird going on, because the US federal government came out and said that they had an enormous critical telecom infrastructure situation. Someone, which we later found out was a group called Salt Typhoon that has backing from the Chinese government, was embedded into the telecom infrastructure. AT&T, Verizon, large companies were saying that they were embedded, and it was going to cost millions of dollars to eject them. And it wasn't just that they were embedded, it was where they were embedded. And this is when we first found out that Salt Typhoon had specifically targeted some of the ALEC legal interception database stuff. Basically, where the law enforcement companies can come in and talk to a telecom provider and essentially kind of pull information from cell phone records. Yeah, those systems were the ones that were impacted. And we heard stories about presidential candidates and legislative candidates having their phones basically tapped, having metadata pulled off of them, phone call records and all kinds of stuff. It was absolutely embarrassing. But I would say it probably wasn't as embarrassing as the fact that we still don't have any idea what they got. We've seen the FCC has released guidelines saying that you're going to have to start auditing and proving that your systems are secure and that you have a security plan in place. My new favorite mentor, fan of life, Ron Wyden, senator from Oregon, was like, no, that's not good enough. We're going to pass laws that say that you have to do this minimum and you have to buy this equipment. And honestly, the companies are even asking whether or not they can afford to replace this without government assistance, because we're talking about billions of dollars of infrastructure that's going to have to be replaced and secured because someone managed to get in and to quote Jesse Ventura from Predator, they're dug in like an Alabama tick. They're not coming out without a massive campaign to eject them, and the damage is already done. Because if they've been burrowed in there for months during a U.S. presidential campaign, we don't know what they have. And we won't know until it is the dramatically appropriate moment to release it to the rest of the system, and then the real chips are going to start falling. So in one case, you've got Snowflake not having control over MFA, and in another, you have too much control for the Kalea, not ALEC, Kalea systems and telecoms. And it got so bad that the FBI was literally telling people that they needed to download programs like Signal to do encrypted communications because they can't trust the network anymore. Y'all remember Signal, the program the FBI said was insecure because they couldn't tap into it? Yeah, that's how bad it got. The FBI basically said that we're going to tell you to do something that we wholeheartedly agree is wrong because we can't promise you that what you've been doing that we have access to hasn't been compromised beyond all hope of recovery. So yeah, expect more Salt Typhoon stories throughout 2025. Maybe a little pepper to go with it because this is going to get spicy, kids. We've mentioned it a few times in the course of this episode that we are really not quite sure what the next incoming U.S. presidential administration has planned for the areas of technology. But currently, the U.S. Department of Justice is actively pursuing antitrust investigations with many prominent tech firms, names that you have heard like Microsoft, NVIDIA, OpenAI, Google, and Apple. They've all faced scrutiny this year. But I'll be honest with you, one of them has probably been singled out more than anybody else, and it rhymes with Noogle. So the first company up on the block to face sanctions is probably going to be everybody's favorite search engine. What's the state of antitrust in big tech?
Well, rather than diving in too deeply into the specific Google case, I think that what we can do is we can say that the current administration, FTC, FCC, Justice Department, et cetera, are all actively looking at the dominance of big tech companies. And yeah, the companies you named have all been investigated at the very least. Now, we have heard of specific investigations with the FTC asking companies to provide information that included companies like Microsoft, NVIDIA, and OpenAI, Meta, Google, et cetera, earlier in this year. But it's not entirely clear which direction the Department of Justice is going to go. It's also not entirely clear what happens with these cases after the new administration comes in. Now, it might be easy to say that all of these things are going to be washed away because the new administration is very pro-business and pro-Silicon Valley, and they're going to, kick out Lena Khan and the rest of the crew over there. That's not necessarily true. Many of these investigations actually began in the previous Trump administration, or at least have their roots there. And although the Biden administration generally, and Lena Khan specifically, has really pushed forward on these discussions, it doesn't necessarily mean that that the Trump administration won't pursue them. In fact, I think there's a really good chance that, in fact, the investigations themselves, the antitrust actions themselves, and maybe even Lena Khan might continue in the Trump administration. After all, the same people that are suggesting that big business should operate without scrutiny and without as many rules and regulations are also the ones that say that these big tech companies should have legal pursuits against them for various gripes and grievances. I think that if somebody walked into Trump's office and said, should we pursue a case against Google for antitrust, he might be probably willing to say yes. So we'll see where these things go, just like we will see where, for example, the acquisition of Juniper by HPE goes. And it's not entirely clear that they will end up being scrapped. That being said, the Google action is actually proceeding a lot quicker. So as we discussed back in November, the Department of Justice has asked a federal judge to require Google to break up its Chrome and advertising and Android Google Play monopoly. That action is not going to be quite so easy to undo as a pending case or a case that hasn't been filed yet. And this could have major impact on Google generally, as well as a lot of the enterprise tech that the company is involved in. So we shall see what happens with the DOJ. I am going to go out on a limb, and the reason that I wanted this story in here at the end of the year, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the Department of Justice is not going to become magically business and Silicon Valley friendly in the new year and in the next few years. And in fact, we're going to be doing a lot of reports on breakups and challenges and antitrust cases against these big companies, fueled by their actions, by AI, and by personal grievance among the new administration.
Well, as you can tell, it's been a big year for news, and we were very happy to cover it on the rundown. But you may have noticed throughout the year that Stephen and I weren't always here together. We had an amazing lineup of co-hosts and contributors that were taking part in the rundown this year, and we wanted to take a minute to thank each and every one of them for being a part of it, because we really can't do this show alone. So special thanks to Max Mortiaro, Zoe Rose, Ned Bellavance, Lisa Martin, Mitch Ashley, Ariane Timmerman, Gina Rosenthal, Krista Case, Jack Poller, John Schwartz, Ron Westfall, Bob Suter, and Alan Schimmel for either helping us out by doing co-hosting duties one week or by reading in some of those stories that we were so excited to share with you. And we're also looking forward to seeing more of Alistair in 2025 as he joins us as a regular co-host on the Gestalt IT Rundown. Alistair, it'll be great to hear your voice joining us from down under as we talk more about news that affects everyone around the globe.
And I think it'll be awesome to be able to get 2 of 3 on the show rather than having to get 2 of 2 in order to get the regular hosts. It's going to be great to take part in this on a much more regular basis.
And maybe he knows something about the stories, unlike us.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but the good news is that we have an entire year to get better at this. And we want to thank each and every one of you out there for continuing to tune into the rundown. Whether you're watching us on YouTube when we publish these videos every Wednesday, whether you're reading the show notes on gestaltit.com, or you're listening to us as a podcast. And don't forget that the rundown gets posted in a lot of other places too. You can see clips of our stories on our LinkedIn page. You can also see coverage on Techstrong.tv and other Futurum Group properties. Don't forget that we are going to be taking a couple of weeks off because Christmas Day and New Year's Day both fall on the Wednesdays for the next couple of weeks. So we're going to enjoy some time with our family, and we hope that you enjoy some time with your family as well. Until then, for myself, for Stephen Foskett, and for Alistair Cook, we want to thank you very much for joining us every Wednesday and being a part of the Gestalt IT family. But I also want to say a very special thanks to our amazing and wonderful podcast producer, Corey Deerig, who comes in week after week to fix our lighting and deal with our microphones and maybe a blooper here and there, mostly from Stephen, not from me. But without Corey, this show wouldn't work, and we are thrilled to have him back once again in 2025 as the best podcast producer on the planet. So, Corey, thanks for being a part of the Rundown. Thanks to all of you for being a part of the Rundown. We thank you. We hope that you have happy holidays to each and every one of you and yours, and enjoy your day.